Siema! No, siemano. Witam Was na kolejnej rundzie Virtual Le Mans Series. 6 godzin spa przed nami. No, wyścig szykuje się niesamowity, szczerze mówiąc. Niestety kwalifikacje nie poszły nam tak dobrze, dopiero 10. miejsce na starcie. No, ale wiem, że mamy tempo, że jesteśmy w stanie wyciągnąć z tego na pewno dużo lepszy wynik. No, zmienne warunki, także no, na pewno będzie ciekawie. Zaraz Wam pokażę, jak wygląda pogoda na ten wyścig, co się szykuje. Oczywiście mniej więcej, no to jest taka pogoda można powiedzieć bazowa. Oczywiście ona się może zmienić, nadal nie wiemy dokładnie jakie będą warunki, ale przynajmniej mamy mniej więcej ogląd, jaki po prostu jest ten zamysł na wyścig. Już Wam to pokazuję, momencik. Cyk. I to będzie to. To jest pogoda. Macie pogodę na razie, sobie możecie zobaczyć w prawym rogu. Czyli zaczynamy na sucho, Kuba zaczyna, pojedzie 2 stinty na pewno. No i około w połowie wyścigu ma zacząć padać deszcz, oczywiście nie wiemy w jakiej intensywności. Z kolei już 3/4 wyścigu ma się dosyć mocno rozpadać, tutaj szansa na deszcz jest aż 90%, więc wydaje mi się, że tutaj będzie bardzo ciekawie, no i na koniec tor będzie przesychał. Co tam się stało? Luis coś tam bajduży. W każdym razie, no, tak to mniej więcej się prezentuje. Ja zaraz przełączam się na Kubę, który już oczywiście jest na serwerze, już się szykuje. No i w zasadzie to tyle. Jak macie jakieś pytania, to śmiało. Ja tu w ogóle mam cały ten panel dowodzenia. Zaraz Wam pokażę, jak to wygląda. Na Discorda wrzucę fotkę. Mamy taki live timing naprawdę kozacki, gdzie jest praktycznie wszystko, więc tak, mam nadzieję, że będzie fajnie. No i cóż. Czat wygląda ok. Zaraz tu zrobimy próbę mikrofonu. Tylko momencik. Start o 14, Kuba, czyli za 9 minut. No dobra, tylko czemu nic nie słychać? Ale słychać, jak Kuba jedzie? Ja nie słyszę. Zaraz, coś tu jest nie tak. No właśnie, Kuba nie słychać. No właśnie, uno momento.
Sound microphone activated.
Andrzeju, czy ty wyciszyłeś streama swojego?
Sound microphone muted. Sound resumed.
Jeszcze raz powiedz.
Dźwięk wyciszyłem, tak. A, dźwięk.
Sound muted.
Dźwięk
Microphone
wyciszyłem, tak.
muted. Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
No ale to nie słychać w ogóle tego silnika. O, no. Jest git. No dobra, co? Powodzenia. Wiadomo, co mamy robić. No ale to nie słychać w ogóle tego silnika. O, no. Jest git. No dobra, co? Powodzenia. Wiadomo, co mamy robić.
Dziękuję.
Sound muted. Microphone muted.
Wiemy.
No dobra, git powinno być teraz. Jest trochę zamota z tym wszystkim. Mhm. Ten Andrzej coś chodzi cały czas, kurde, słychać. Jak po chacie chodzi. No jest taki właśnie rozkład. Czekajcie, bo w ogóle chyba strasznie głośno ja jestem. Muszę troszeczkę się przyciszyć. Kurde, Andrzej! Muszę cały czas wyłączać i włączać ten czat. Kubę troszkę głośniej. Okej. Proszę bardzo. Ale będzie, ja cię kręcę. Jestem sam ciekawy, jak to będzie. I co to będzie. I w ogóle co, i w ogóle jak. Hmm, hmm, hmm. No to zobaczymy, czy będzie ok. Miejmy nadzieję. Ale jest, powiem wam. Nerwowość. Dobra, zobaczmy jeszcze może numer 65 w takim razie. Zaraz wrzucę wam na Discorda screena, jaki mam ten. Jaki mam.
Hi drivers, you got 30 seconds. Please remember to join the grid. You need to join the grid. 25 seconds left. Thank you. Race well.
O, w mordę, jadą.
Started the formation lap for the virtual 6 hours of Spa. To all teams, please grid up as you exit T15 near the medical center, so that we can do something better than we did in Monza.
O, teraz macie pogodę w ogóle na oficjalnym streamie. Tak jest, zaczynamy wyścig.
Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
Teraz troszeczkę dokładniejszą pogodę przedstawili i więcej mam procentów, jakby co kiedy będzie deszcz, jak coś.
Okej, jak to wygląda?
No, że od 40% ma padać do 60%, w sensie to jest ten range na 40%, a potem od 60% wyścigu do 80% jest, że będzie padać.
Skoro padać przy 40%, to możemy się tak akurat ze zmianą opon to połączyć. O.
Jest 41% dokładnie.
A reminder again, no
Sound muted. Microphone muted.
No dobra. Z 10 dopiero Kamil, wiesz? Niestety.
A reminder again, no overtaking before the line when the lights go green
Chwalę
for the
takiego,
LMP
ale...
cars, no overtaking before the line. After the line, up to you, until the line side by side in good formation as it looking now.
Ale stres, Jezus Maria. Aż mnie telepie. No ale co zrobić?
Okay, to all of you, have a good race. Let's take it safe, let's take it clean and enjoy it. I know the weather is going to play some surprises.
Nico, can you
Let's
send me
enjoy
the
the
link
6
to
hours
your
of
stream,
Spa.
please?
To our stream?
Yeah. Thank you.
No dobra, jadą. Ja ci kręcę. Co to będzie?
We have started the virtual 6 hours at Spa.
Poszli. Brawo, Kubuś. Super. Ładnie i czysto. O to chodziło.
GTs go, GTs go.
Ja pierdolę. Czy ten gość jest jebnięty? Zatrzymał się, bo rusz.
Oof. Big crash behind.
The race start is under investigation. The race start is under investigation.
No dobra. Poszedł okej. Szkoda, że tego odtawienia go nie porobił jeszcze, ale na wszystko przyjdzie czas. Ale tam się nieźle rozwalili na starcie. Ciekawe, co tam się stało. Musiałbym zobaczyć powtórkę. A, tu jest powtórka startu w ogóle teraz. Co zobaczy?
Incident at T3 under investigation.
Ojej. Ojej, na oróż. Ale przeżyli. Tylko pospinowali się. Siemano.
It's very good if we are able to... am I heard on your stream or not? Kuba. Nico, sorry.
Yes.
If I speak, they hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, then I don't speak.
Ta, Luis będzie elegancko odcisnął. Tak, będzie łączył.
If you want, when I go in the car, I can stream the onboard through Discord. Just if you want to see, but yeah.
No dobra, no jeszcze tylko 5 godzin 53 minuty i meta. Może by paliwo czymś zakryć w sumie? O, nie to. A, to akurat nie ma znaczenia. Wszyscy na medach jadą, także... Co najwyżej później, jak będziemy na deszczach jechać, to może, ale... Dawaj go, Kubuś.
Świetnie.
O, siemano! Siemano, panie podcaster. Gdzieś ostatnio czytałem, że wasz podcast to jest taki jeden z najbardziej popularnych w ogóle na Spotify. Sportowych oczywiście. I rekreacja. No ja lubię rekreację. Co tam się dzieje z tyłu? O Boż.
Niezły getyk.
No dobra, zaraz się zacznie. Pierwsze wyprzedzanie to zawsze jest takie Tam ci z przodu to już chyba ze 3 warningi mieli, nie? No, idzie tak, że jesteśmy na 8 miejscu, ale spokojnie. Spokojnie. To wszystko idzie w dobrym kierunku. O Jezu, ciasno. Brawo, Kuba. Co on robi? Trochę chyba za późno się jorgnął. Średnie najeżdża. No, na medach jedziemy, no. Przetestowane dobrze, mamy je po Monzie, więc...
Jedna sprawa, taka walka.
Brawo.
No, spadł. Jezus.
No,
So what happened to the
tego mówię.
red line number 1 car? It crashed? Number 70.
Oh, let me check.
It went from 1 to 30, now it's slow. And it's not riding smooth apparently. A nice, he passed Dillman. Good job.
No i idzie Kuba jak wściekły byk. A, dziękuję, no, to Mazdą, kurczę, fajnie, fajnie. Naprawdę. Czekajcie, tylko coś powiem Kubie.
Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
Jakąś przygodę miało numer 70, Rietveld, bo teraz dosyć
Riedelt is
wolno jadą.
defending very hard, so
Okej, to fajnie.
we catch
Widziałem
him,
właśnie,
we
że
need to be
stracił parę
careful.
pozycji.
Sound microphone muted.
Kuba jest jak Tommy Lee Jones, ścigany. No, elegancko, teraz tylko piąć się w górę. Przyjdzie deszcz, to i tak będą takie jaja, że... No, a Bartek, no, tą Mazdą, kurczę, naprawdę super ściganie. Szkoda, że tylko więcej samochodów jeszcze nie jeździ w pucharze, no ale to był pierwszy sezon, więc myślę, że kwestia czasu i bardziej rozpromowania tego pucharu, no ale no kurczę, no wiesz, równe samochody, nowe, tak tył napęd, tam poniżej tony ten samochód waży. Mówię, brakowało tylko slika jeszcze pełnego, nie? Bo te samochody jeżdżą na semi-sliku, wiadomo, żeby koszty były mniejsze. Ale na sliku myślę, że byłoby, no po pierwsze szybciej, a po drugie fajnie, nie? Bo ten samochód dosyć mocno jest niestabilny, szczerze mówiąc, po kilku okrążeniach. Pół studia był ten, nie wytrzymało z zachwytu, no widzisz. Na torze Poznań, no to są mistrzostwa Poznania, mistrzostwa Polski toru Poznań, więc faktycznie na torze Poznań tylko były rundy, ale w przyszłym roku Mazda na pewno, no bo to wiadomo, nie mogę mówić za inne puchary, ale Mazda będzie miała 2 rundy zagraniczne. Jedną na pewno,
Nie będę mógł mieć spalanie, żeby zrobić 19 kółek na pierwszym stincie.
drugą ten. No, Federal jest kiepski. No już chwila.
Microphone activated. Sound resumed. Sound muted.
No tak 3,90. Klątwę musimy w końcu tak pokonać. Rallycrossów jest, w sensie torów do rallycrossu jest tak, Bydgoszcz? Nie, Toruń? No tam jest ten jeden taki, Słomczyn i Poznań teraz będzie rallycross, nie?
Belgium.
Otavani is not making it easy, we're just losing time with him defending so hard.
- 10 sekund do liderów, elegancko. Sekund to jest, wiecie, korek na jednym stincie, nie? Taki, co ci nie przypasuje, nie? Nie mówiąc już o deszczu, co się będzie działo.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, incident between car 14 and car 2, that gives a black and white flag on car 14 for closing the door on car 2. That's a black and white flag on car 14 for closing the door on car 2.
O Boże, co tam się stało? Ojej. Teraz na streamie patrzę. Masakra jakaś. No. To taka porządna, nie?
Jakie czasy robią liderzy?
Sound resumed.
So
Pierwsze 3 samochody to
Which
takie
belt has the
niskie
mage?
200,
I don't know
200,
what
300, coś takiego. Średnio.
not too bad apparently.
O, to na 3 streamy lecisz. Ten gość, co bokami jeździ przed Kubą, to jest hit, nie?
O, za odmiany to jeden przestrzelił. Możliwe.
Śmieje, ale nadal jest za nim. Nie, w RF-ie nie ma takich lagów, to wszystko jest tak jak widzicie. Ale on już na pewno ma z 4 warningi, nie wierzę, że nie. O Jezu, ale blisko było. No ale to widzę po prostu, że gość nie ma lagów, nie? Tylko...
Tylko wcześniej nie zahamował.
O, wiadomo, jeszcze 4 kółka.
Did we get some damage?
I guess not. I guess not.
Mówisz?
Is it on purpose? We don't see fuel figures on the stream. I guess.
Microphone muted.
Yes.
Okay. I was trying to look for it. Do you see them, you or not?
I can see, yes.
Okay.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, drive through penalty car 10 for attempting to overtake beyond the track limits and causing a collision. Information to the pit lane, drive through penalty car pit lane, drive through penalty car 10 for attempting to overtake beyond the track limits and causing a collision.
Zobaczycie, dobre ma tempo. No.
Drive through penalty car 10 for attempting to overtake beyond the track limits and causing a collision with car 888.
What is the pit figure? He requested pit or?
Yes, it's automatically from our factor 2.
Microphone
Cztery.
activated.
406 może być.
Sound muted. Microphone muted.
406 może być.
O!
O mój Boże.
No, no! Oh,
Mamo!
fucking hell. Did you see?
Yes.
The other car should get, the other car had get penalty for pushing him off. It was sister car.
Yeah, I know.
Mam nadzieję, że w pitach tego typa przeskoczymy.
Teraz przyjdę.
Oof, Marcel did a mega move for P1.
RTR za GTK-ami jest przepieprzony. No pięknie nas bez stylu teraz.
Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
Oh, nice.
Sound muted.
Oh, he saved a lot.
Microphone muted.
Dawaj teraz kółko porządne i będziemy przed nim. No i prowadzimy. Teraz safety car powinien być i klasa.
Bez opon 75 litrów, bez uszkodzeń.
Ajajaj. Ten co paliwa ma, ja cię kręcę.
I didn't see you. No, nothing. The garage is at the bottom, or?
The lap was a 2:11.69.
Raz, przeżyli. Na razie.
Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
Najgorsza opona to 73% prawego przodu.
Ładnie, ładnie. Oczywiście przed tobą musiał stanąć, nie?
Tell him to watch when he leaves the
No,
pit.
to nieźle.
A jeszcze jedno kółko ktoś wali, ale jaja. A nie. O, Marcel prowadzi. Takie tylko 3 km przewagi.
Brawo!
Microphone muted. Sound muted.
One stint and he is already fourth.
Yeah, good, very good. One question, because you said you changed something with setup, so where is this latest setup?
Kuba
Or
posted.
is it still same as the
No, Kuba
one
posted.
before, the race one?
Kuba posted in our chat, but changed the gears to the long ones.
Okay.
That was a 3:11.21.
from what percentage on the dash of rain is it usually worth to put wet? If you can mute, you, it's fine. Or you can text me.
Information to the pit lane, information to pit lane. This is more for car 10. Your driving standards are a little bit too muscles. You're destroying cars around you. The incident just a while ago with car 21 at T5, T6. Yes, it was a squeeze, but you've already been called for an incident. The next time we look at you, eventually you'll get a harsh penalty. So car 10, please take care of your driving standards.
Co to jest kar 10 w ogóle? Zobaczmy. Michel Di Alessandro.
Microphone activated. Microphone muted. Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
Michel Di Alessandro.
Sound microphone muted.
Michel Di Alessandro.
O, skoczenie.
Zmale, no dokładnie.
Sound resumed.
Rietveld rozjebany.
Sound microphone muted.
Rietveld rozjebany.
O! Może być kod IT?
Microphone.
Może, bo stoi za Blanchimont. Może, bo stoi za Blanchimont.
Microphone sound muted.
The lap was a 2:01.45.
Ale jak do tego doszło, nie wiem. Wygląda jakby tak stawem, nie? Że kiera mu się odłączyła. Bo taki dziwny, nie jest ani jakoś rozwalony, albo... Cholera wie, co to się tam stało. A może paliwa mu zabrakło, stanął tam po prostu. A ja się nie śmieję. Ja nie lubię, jak inni mają pecha. Ja wolę polegać na sobie. Jak my mamy tempo, to wszyscy inni mogą jechać elegancko i walczmy na torze i tyle. A jak my nie mamy tempa, to wtedy mogą się rozwalać.
Ustawiam zmianę medów.
The lap was a 2-0.
A, już widzę, co się stało na powtórce. Ojej, koło urwali. Ojej. Takiego wypadku też jeszcze nie widziałem, nie?
Sound microphone activated.
Powiedzieć ci, co im się stało?
No.
A Blanchimont próbował wyprzedzać GTK po wewnętrznej, najechał na trawę, podbiło go, obróciło i tyłem uderzył w bandę, stracił skrzydło i koło.
O. Czyli jego wina.
Mhm.
That was a 2:02.49.
Tak to zrobił. Nieźle to zrobił, nie?
Microphone sound muted.
Tak, no. Inne opony są. Nowe. Całkiem spoko. Wiesz co, nie, no nie da się tym bokiem, znaczy, to też zależy, nie, bo nie wiem jak GTK-ami się teraz jeździ, jakie tam są opony,
Do
no,
we have any track limits?
ta Oreka nigdy bokiem się nie jechała szybciej, więc... Jak aero zmienili w RF-ie, nie, to już nie jest tak, że bokami się tak jeździ, nawet i w GTK-ach. Oczywiście nadal coś tam można trochę, nie? Jakby tak, myślę, że zawsze będzie tak w RF-ie, ale na pewno mniej jest to. Wiesz, to też nie jest tak, że jak się delikatnie uślizgniesz, to jest wolniej, nie? Jakby to nie jest prawda, nie? Po prostu taki styl jazdy ma iRacing, że tam musisz od linijki. No tam to faktycznie, nie? No ale to jest związane z tym, że oni takie sety mają, nie? Porąbane. Myślę, że jest dużo bliżej do ACC niż było wcześniej, nie? W ACC też można tak troszeczkę na takim malusieńkim uślizgu przejechać i jest szybciej, nie? To jest ta granica przyczepności, no. Tu po prostu ten uścisk jest troszeczkę większy, ale niewiele. Siemano. Zobacz, jak Kubuś z P10 na P4 wskoczył w jeden stint. To mi się podoba.
Ups.
Ale poszedł. Nie no, oponowo to dalej. W ACC jest najlepsze, bo tam działają ciśnienia, nie? W ogóle ma to jakieś... Ma tam jakiś sens ta opona, nie? Tutaj... Wiesz... Zużycie może jest... Dobrze ogarnięte, nie? Czyli tam termalne i jak przegrzewasz, to się bardziej zużywają, jak je zajeżdżasz mechanicznie, to też się bardziej zużywają, nie? Ale no tych ciśnień nie mam, to jest lipa duża. No, Kuba coś tak się wpycha troszkę.
The lap was a 2:01.80.
Ale jaja. No dobra, chyba idę obiad robić. Zjem sobie na spokojnie coś małego. Chociaż ja teraz będę jadł. 15, 2... No, może troszeczkę zjem. Nie słyszałem. No, zaraz pogadamy. Na razie zostawiam chyba was z Kubą i... Idę zrobić obiad. No i wrócę pewnie niedługo.
Sound resumed. Microphone activated.
Dobra, idę obiad zrobić. Jak byś coś potrzebował, to luj. Powiem mu, żeby był.
Yeah, okay. I'm doing some laps and then I will join. No problem. Ah, French. See you. I do 2-3 more laps and then I will have a look at how it goes.
That was a 2:01.14.
Hey, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me or not?
Hey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was ready.
Okay, so 8 laps left.
Okay, we're done 7 then.
Okay, do you have ignition and starter assigned?
I have everything, yes. So I will mute myself on Discord.
Okay, so 8
You can hear me
left.
well here, no echo? Okay, we're done 7 then.
Okay, do you have ignition and starter assigned?
I have everything, yes. So I will mute myself on Discord. You can hear me well here, no echo?
Yep.
Ever.
That was a 2:01.49. That was a 2:00.80.
Just tell me when it's 5 to go so I can join the server on allowed timing and
Okay, I'm starting 6 to go.
just tell me when it's 5 to go so I can join the server on allowed timing and
Okay, I'm starting 6 to go.
That was a 2:01.42.
5 to go. 5 to go.
The lap was a 2:02.52.
I have joined the server.
Okay.
I have joined the server.
Okay. You can start riding with me.
I just finished loading all the because
Okay.
I still
You can
for
start
some reason I
riding
don't
with
have
me.
the time counting down and
Yeah,
I
it will
just
load
finished
plenty
loading
of
all
time.
the because
Okay.
I still for some reason I don't have the time counting down and
Yeah, it will load plenty of time.
it's loaded. It's loaded.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
should be riding. Yeah.
Yep. Okay,
I
gotcha.
should be riding. Yeah.
Yep. Do you have headlights assigned?
Headlights? Yes.
Do you have headlights
Why?
assigned? Just in case.
Headlights? Yes.
It's getting pretty dark.
Why?
Just in case. Getting pretty dark.
How many track limits do we have?
0.
Good job. How many track limits do we have?
0.
Good job.
RTR behind this GTs is insane. When I was tapping this guy, medium speed corner and so much understeer.
Yeah, when you get close. To be honest, it's same real life.
RTR behind this
But
GTs
yeah,
are
it's so bad
insane.
behind GTs.
When I was tapping this guy, medium speed corner and so much understeer.
Yeah, when you get close. To be honest, it's same real life.
Really?
But yeah, it's so bad behind GTs.
Oh.
Because they are so big compared to us and they take all the air.
True. 3 to go.
Because they are so big compared to us and they take all the air.
Yeah,
Other
true.
will start to box now.
3 to go.
The lap was a 2:01.34.
Yeah, hopefully.
The other will start to box now.
Yeah, hopefully. What is he doing?
Yeah, what was he thinking? Ah, he was letting by the red line car.
I
was
think
left.
so, yeah. What is he doing?
Yeah, what was he thinking? Ah, he was letting by the red line
I
car.
think
Was
so,
left.
yeah.
Afraid in the box. The Rovan car. Afraid in the box. The Rovan car. Yes, all good.
I'm back, all good.
This is Discord or this is TeamSpeak, Nico? Yes, all good.
TeamSpeak.
Because I closed Discord. This is Discord or this is TeamSpeak, Nico?
TeamSpeak.
Because I closed Discord. So you box this lap?
Yep.
02.15.
So you box this lap?
Yep. So ER selected, medium tires, full tank.
Thank you.
So ER selected, medium tires, full tank.
Thank you.
If you have half a liter entering Blanchimont, FYI, on the in lap, you're good to go. If less, then you need to lift and coast for the bus stop.
Okay, so now.
If you have half
Yeah,
a
or
liter
before.
entering Blanchimont,
No.
When you set on the in lap, you're good to go. If less, then you need to lift and coast for the bus stop.
Okay, so now.
Yeah.
Or before.
No. When you set.
Good job.
Hopefully we can gain some time and be close to the leaders.
12.07.
Good job.
Pretty easy to save fuel. I was saving too
well
much on the opening laps. Some time and be close to the leaders.
Yeah, but then you did one more than everyone else, so it was good.
Yeah,
You were the only one.
same for 19. I was saving what I was doing in practice, and that was more than needed. Because then you hit traffic and you use like 3.8 on one lap. I will start to pull away for you, obviously, but remember to shift into first.
Yes.
That's
Yes. Clutch or not? Yeah, I will watch for traffic.
yes. Okay, good luck.
You.
Don't cross the line on exit.
Mhm.
Okay, you've got two pros in front of you.
Okay.
Nie, nie straciliśmy. Po prostu gość teraz dopiero w picie jest kolejny, nie? Ten na P1. Więc... No i tak to się jedzie właśnie. Nie. Bo on coś miał problemy. Stwierdziliśmy, że lepiej, żeby nie kombinował. Więc tak.
Did you join Zoom?
Microphone muted.
Yes.
Sound muted. Sound resumed.
No, witam. Halo, halo.
Dick.
No siema.
Dobra, ten liftamik muszę ogarnąć.
Sound muted.
No, także dobry styncik.
Czyli wysyłałeś coś, jakiś link, czy
Do czego?
do lifetimingu? Nie wiem, gdzie to jest teraz.
Nie, to musisz pobrać cały program, nie?
No wiem, no ale muszę znaleźć skąd pobrać.
Aha, to wrzucał na naszego Discorda Andrzej. Sep, nie?
Okej.
exe, nie? Plik.
Link tylko widzę jakiś.
No set data client exe, nie? To powinieneś widzieć. To musisz pobrać i zainstalować.
A, to dobra. No.
No dobra, co, ogarniesz się, to dam ci link swój, nie?
No.
Przejmiesz streama, a ja sobie pójdę potrenować zaraz, bo jeszcze nic nie jeździłem dzisiaj.
No, to tak. Przemyśl, jakie to skrzydło chcesz, to ten deszcz na pewno, czy 8, czy nie mniej.
8.
Okej.
Mi się na 9 najlepiej jeździło, nie? Ale
Mhm.
jak Luis teraz pojedzie po 19 kółek, to możemy tak trafić, że akurat na deszcz, nie? Wiesz, jakby, że skończy on, nie? I
No, tak.
o, IFIE to jest zwycięzca GT Pro sezonu 4 wyścigu.
Jeszcze raz?
Jestem w tej IFIE, zwycięzca wyścigów GT Pro w 4 sezonie. Na streamie. Oho, numer 11 stoi, stary. Red Bull.
Ty nie słyszysz TeamSpeaka?
No wyłączyłem, a co?
No to odcisz, bo jest dyrektor wyścigu, nie? Mówi o tym właśnie. Wycisz mikrofon, nie? A odcisz głos.
Odciszyłem. No i co powiedział?
11 stoi na wjeździe do pitu, a ty 5 sekund później. O, 11 stoi. No, chyba jedna osoba się może tylko połączyć, wiesz? Z tym live timingiem.
No to już się odłączam. Fajnie, masz procentowo normalnie, wiesz, wyścig, nie? Ile jest? 24% teraz.
No, jak sobie ten inżynier tam używa, chuj z tym.
Wyłączyłem.
No ciekawe, Erhany nie zmieniły opon, czy czemu są kurwa tyle z przodu nagle? Tak, taką mają przewagę, nie wiadomo jaką.
To włączę live timing, to ci powiem.
A, bo tam widać?
Tam widać ile stali, nie?
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. It's about time everyone turns on the headlights, please. It's about time everyone turns on the headlights, please.
No nie, stary, ale pit time, bo na tym zwykłym live timingu też widać, to pit time mają taki sam jak my. Identyczny. To kurwa chyba taki mi się korek ułożył zajebiście, że tyle zyskali.
No i co, nie będzie teraz full course yellow, stary, jak goś jedzie, chłopie tako?
No ale teraz lepiej, żeby nie było.
To nieźle jedzie.
No odpal głównego streama u nas, nie? Na Formule 7.
Slow car in sector 3. Slow car in sector 3. And again, request to all teams to turn on the headlights. All teams should turn on the headlights. Slow car at T15. Slow car at T15.
Solo. Oh, he clipped. So what he did, I think there, I want to take a look at it again. I think he clipped the curve.
Slow
on
car
the right-hand side,
T16,
rising up after
T17 is
the
currently on the
compression
track
at Eau
verge
Rouge.
on driver's
And then
right. He's
once the
struggling
rear
to
starts
keep the
snapping
car
from that
straight.
point, you can catch it. We saw it yesterday, just about being caught. But
Czekam, kiedy w sezonie ktoś
it's hard.
spinuje
It's
przed
unfortunately
środkiem stawki, nie? Taki
potentially
uszkodzony jak jedzie
overcorrected.
i
I'd like
pięć
to
samochodów niego
take a
wiedzie,
look
bo oni
again
code
at
weighti
that,
nie
just
ogłoszą.
maybe from a potentially from an onboard or even just taking a look at the incident again, because this is a mistake that we're going to see a
Car
few times.
2 coming
So
into the
clipping that
pits,
curb on the
slow,
inside
a little bit
will
sideways,
happen a
but
good
he's
few
off
times.
the
Look at
track,
Jeffrey
he's in the
Rico
pit
running through
entry road.
Blanchimont not too long ago. LMP2s do not like curbs.
No.
Car
That
2 in the
is
pit
easy
lane.
to
Car
do
2 in the
that
pit
right
lane.
hander. You know, we'll have another look back at it, but when you come through that right-hander, it's very easy to just clip that curb. And when you do, that's easy. Right, let's take another look back at this replay then. Of course, here's the result. Lewis, talk us through it.
Yeah, let's just double check once again. Oh no, he's losing the rear end. Just so that was all done through the compression. Just as it starts rising up, potentially a little bit too much on steering, and just drop the rear. Oof.
Well, back to GTE class, of course. Alex Buncombe has finally made it back into the pit lane, but we are getting close for second place. Tommy Usgaard is closing in on Mac Backham. We look back, battles for second overall as well. The prototype second battle. Yiffy leading Felix Rosenquist. That's GPX Rebellion Williams leading Team Redline. Last time out, Yiffy and his team took second. Felix Rosenquist, who we're seeing for the first time.
No dobrze, następnym razem będziemy dawać tak jak mówisz, jeśli to coś zmienia.
Finished in 7th, so this would do them very good in their title hopes, and Rosenquist getting just a little bit closer as they make their way now down through Bruxelles and in towards No Name.
Fajnie jakby teraz powalczyli troszkę.
Bit of traffic up ahead to deal with for Yiffy, but he should clear that. That's one of the Porsches. They're running in second and third in GTE, and we mentioned that they were getting closer with each other as well. That lap
Yes, Louis.
extended on this lap, so perhaps a mistake from one of them, but here we can see we're on board with Felix, the triple cam there, as he makes his way now through the pit path and coming up towards
Louis de Latera
just up
i
in
Felix.
the distance, the GPX Rebellion Williams car, and just got to be consistent now, his Felix Rosenquist, hasn't he? Can't get too carried away. He can see that car of Yiffy up ahead. Now all he needs to do is just do the job, try and get there and get that move done.
Yeah, I mean, Felix Rosenquist's got plenty of experience in sim
Dobrze, dobrze.
Back to 2017,
Dziękujemy za tą uwagę.
Back to the Vegas E-race and the event there. Felix Rosenquist ended up second on the road ahead of Oli Pakala and Bruno Haus. So and that was a fairly competitive grid with some big names of sim racing. Of course, Bruno Haus, Oli Pakala, Gregor Hutu was on there as well. Plenty of others. That wasn't so ideal though. Making contact with, it was one of the Coanda cars, which I've seen Redline and Coanda come into contact a couple of times. So we'll add that one onto the list.
Yeah, we heard Dunn talking about that earlier. I think he might have even been there for that event. He was talking a little bit about that earlier. So yeah, great to see. You know, he's been good at sim racing for a long time, and he's not done bad in what he's raced in on circuits either. Here is Team WRT battling away with the Fordzilla guys as they now come into La Source hairpin. This is for 9th and 10th place. Fabrice Cornelis trying to get past Luke Browning as we're going to now come downhill and in towards Eau Rouge and make our way down through the compression and back up Radion and onto the Camel Straight. Half a second between
Car 65, can you please turn on your headlights? Car 65, can you please turn on your
Here is Alex
headlights?
Buncombe, a long time spent in pit lane and that just shows the punishment you get in the Le Mans Virtual Series for a big crash. He was lucky enough to make it back out because we saw a very similar incident for Jeffrey Rietveld.
God, so bad traffic in Circuit 2, incredible.
Now, unfortunately, so although a bad incident, they'll still take the half a point for getting it back round and out onto the track again.
If some of these cars are struggling with the curbs here at Spa, you wait for about a month's time, a few weeks' time, until we go to the Nordschleife. As that was aggressive there from Fordzilla down the inside of FDA, but they needed to get that aggressive because look at that. Fabrice Cornelis is already trying to make up the position. That is the position between the two prototypes. A bit further down, Luke Browning defending from Fabrice Cornelis for 9th position, and I think finally Fabrice Cornelis has actually got through for WRT.
Yeah, I think Luke Browning made the wrong decision there to go down the inside because it just delayed him, didn't it? It made him brake far too late for the corner, and a little bit of contact with the FDA esports team means that that position is lost. But this is the clutter of cars in prototypes that we have all together. We have Tobias Pfeffer just down the road in the Panis racing car being chased. In fact, him and Jesper Pedersen are split by 1/10 of a second, so the fight between the 4 and the 65 is on there, and we could see, we've just seen a change lower down for 9th place. We could about to see a change for 5th place as well. Jesper Pedersen, who was very quick at Monza, podium finisher in the 24 Hour of Le Mans Virtual last year as well. And I don't know if Jesper Pedersen has actually made that move already, but I'm sure they'll be firing their way down the Kemmel Straight very shortly, and Pedersen will be trying to line up a move to take 5th place away there from Panis Racing. In the meanwhile, here we look at Jordi Zvaes in the FDA esports car, and they're having another solid run as Tommy Usgaard is by Mac Backham, so a change for 2nd between the two Porsches as well. So it's hard to know where to look at the moment. We had a slight breather in the race, but the 6 Hours of Spa is very much back on again in terms of position changes. We've got that battle for 2nd overall. We've got the battle for 5th between Panis Racing and Jesper Pedersen and Lewis McGlade. We've had the two Porsches swap round.
Yeah, now Coanda as a team, they are masters at knowing what to do, when to do it, and I wonder if it was a potential, not a team order, but let's see if it's a bit of assistance, or whether it was just a fantastic move. 92 got to the outside, should be a pretty easy move by that point, and obviously you're not going to fight your teammate that hard running in. And
they looked like they even backed off there, didn't they? I wouldn't say the brake lights were coming on, but
they will race harder later in the race.
They decreased in speed, didn't they?
If it's them battling for race victory, it will be hard between them, but I don't think it'll be quite as harsh right now as it will be for the battle for 2nd position.
Car
right
966, 966, turn on your rear lights and your headlights, please.
Dropped down the order a little bit, but Yiffy Yi, I mean, he's maintained the pressure that's being dished out by the Swede of Felix Rosenqvist and that Team Redline car. Nothing's changed though between them. He's just doing a really good job.
Look at that, there comes the Ferrari, the Corvette back onto the track and almost right into the path. Good spot there from Yiffy, but Rosenqvist, I think this is the closest he's been down the Kemmel Straight for a while now, but not close enough. I tell you what, he did not close in on the slipstream there. Would you suspect that Rosenqvist is saving fuel here, because he was very close to that Rebellion car. He didn't close in any further than what he did when he started the Kemmel Straight. I don't know if there's a bit of fuel saving going on here for Rosenqvist, if he's happy to sit in 2nd, because let's be honest, Lewis, if he gets by, he's not going to go and chase down Jojowski's pulling away. So the best these guys can do is limit that gap.
Dawaj streama przejmie, a ja sobie pójdę potrenować.
To be fair, in prototypes, you're never
Dobrze, to daj mi sekundkę.
from pit stops.
Powiedz, kiedy to zatrzymam.
To go back to the previous stops they did, it was a 19-lap stint.
Muszę na chwilę
Car 11, please turn on your headlights. Car 11, please turn on your headlights.
The previous stints. For Jojowski, though, was a lap shorter, was only 18 laps. So I think they're playing their own little game and trying to gain later on. I'm not sure whether it'll work, and this is the joy with endurance racing. We don't know until the checkered flag drops, and that won't be for a good 4 hours yet. But until then, we get to watch this battle. And if I'm Felix, if I'm confident in Yiffy Yi's pace, I don't think there's much need to go for a move. We'll see that, though, down into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, Felix Rosenqvist round the outside, has the inside on Yiffy Yi into the next corner, but Yiffy Yi is brave round the outside and Rosenqvist just going left-hand down on the exit there as they now make their way up
Ale walką
towards
po dwa.
Nassau, so tried to
No
make
dobrze,
the
niech walczą.
this, did not get far enough down the outside. Now we come to the Camel Straight once more, and
Niech walczą.
is here. If he's going to pick up a toe from those GT cars ahead, he should just about catch them by the time they get to the top of Radion. He does, and now he's going to go past with a bit of a
Możesz
toe,
kończyć.
and that's going to make Rosenqvist.
Because it says crew ready for pit stop.
Yeah, it's normal. Don't worry.
Burst esports car, of course. Also a battle a little bit further down. Luke Browning in the Team Fordzilla car is under attack from the Yaz heat of Balázs Reményik, and they
Car 88, you have no lights in the front and no lights in the back. Car 88, you have no lights in the front and no lights in the back.
It was into the race until there was an incident. Won't go into it too much, but there was something that happened. They retired from the race. I don't actually fully remember. Contact, I think, between them and the Williams, courtesy of an issue. And to be fair, they've come back to it. They've got decent pace. I don't know what they're aiming for.
Dobra.
Points would be a good start to
Tam
the
z
season.
powrotem.
To be fair, they're just one position outside of it.
Lepsze
and they need to get
łokienko.
through pretty sharpish, because I don't think Luke Browning's pace is quite up to par.
Yeah, to remind you of points, right now it's 25 for the winner, 1 for 10th place, so you can probably, as a racing fan, work out how that one goes. However, when we do the 8 hours of Nordschleife, yes, not Nürburgring, the Nordschleife circuit on the 13th of November, there will be 38 points for the winner up for grabs, 27 for second and 23 for third. However, when we do the 24-hour of Le Mans, and you can join us at the Autosport International Show at the NEC in Birmingham for that, we will be in Hall 1. Big setup for us there. You will be able to come and watch. We'll have teams there, 50 plus teams, and some of those will be racing on the stage. You can come and watch it all on the 15th and the 16th of January. When we get to that, though, it will be double points, and it will be all to play for. All you need to do is be within 50 points going into that.
Car 51, please turn on your lights, front and back. Car 51, 5-1, please turn on your lights, front and back.
Or GT, you get $15,000 for just winning that race. $250,000 overall up for grabs in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and we thank all of our partners in helping us provide such.
Be advised, we have yellow flags at T3, T4. We have a car stationary on driver's right.
Poczekaj, bo nie mogę.
Car 57 is stopped on driver's right.
Cars on the left-hand side of the screen, so I think I said we weren't going to be with just one off at Radion. There seems to be another one off there as well. Not 100% sure who was behind the wheel at that point. Whilst we're focused, by the way, on Balázs Reményik, there is the blue Alpine directly behind. That is Rory McDuff. That is a lap down, so do not worry too much about that car. Either way, it does seem it might be Philip. Oh no, Philip Pushka's driving for Wolves. It was Bram Baylor driving the Project One car that was off. Radion, I mean,
Racja, że ten tytuł to jest chyba do zmiany.
a look at it at some point, but this gap seems to be growing. The battle for second, though, seems to somehow, every time we look at that gap, is getting closer and closer and closer, with Felix Rosenqvist still getting through. So I think this is saving.
And Jesper Pedersen has got past Tobias Pfeffer, hasn't he? So good driving from Jesper Pedersen to get by Floyd. But oh no,
yeah,
that's a Team Project One car.
Yeah, that's
stationary.
the one I was saying. It's been sat there for a little while and now returns to pit lane with Bram Baylor. I think that might have lost a wheel.
Yeah. Well, I think we're about to see what happened to that Team Project One car. It's in a very similar position to what we saw the Rocket SimSpot car in. Albeit this time they weren't able to go anywhere from there.
Blue flag, car 56. Blue flag, car 56.
Second in queue is Jesper Pedersen. Behind him is Tobias Pfeffer, and it's taken 3 or 4 laps, but Jesper Pedersen has now got through. Next for him will be Louis Delatraz. So we all know Louis Delatraz from European Le Mans World Endurance Championship as well. Fantastic driver is Louis Delatraz. Lewis, here's replay.
Oh, this was actually the Panis car directly behind, so that might actually explain how Panis lost the position. Oh my goodness me, they were so close. So yes,
Ale poszedł chłop.
hard hit into the barrier from Bram Baylor, who's well experienced in GTEs, but unfortunately it does seem as though at least
Dobra, Louis tam coś jedzie sensownie, nie ma tragedii.
Who as a team,
Długo nie dochodzą jakoś mocno. Ej, jeździ się chłopak i będzie czekać jak młody. No, myślę, że on chciałby wyprzedzić go, Marcin, tylko że nie może. Już mieli walkę jeden z drugim. Bardzo ciężko się tu wyprzedza. Tunel jest minimalny. Jakby z przodu nie popełni błędu, to mega ciężko.
Managed to back out of it just a bit. They saved the car, but did lose the position to Jesper Pedersen. I don't think that's done yet, though.
I tell you what, though, that was
We trzech. Każdą rundę jedziemy we trzech. O, poiszedł. Chyba źle skończy. Ja cię kręcę. Dobrze, bicie. Każdą rundę we trzech, tylko Lemą jedziemy we czterech. Za głośno jest stream w ogóle?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, did very well to see that one coming a little bit wide there out of La Source, but that's not too much of a problem as you get a nice drive. But look at how close Felix Rosenqvist is running down into Eau Rouge. If he can nail Radion, this position is
będzie blisko teraz.
Have to wait and see. Looks pretty good over the top there for me. You've got the 56 though, just ahead of them, the Team Project One BPM car that is left in this race, but Felix Rosenqvist is going to be late defense though from Felix Rosenqvist has to get back to the outside where he's going to be blocked by the Project One Porsche as well, and somehow
To się goś nie daje, ty. Aj. Jezu, przepraszam, takie odgłosy wydaje. Z Louis Deleterazem jedziemy, który właśnie teraz jest w samochodzie. Tak, no a Ife jest w siostrzanym naszym samochodzie, tylko Roberta brakuje. O, teraz może mieć. A jeszcze nie, ale obrona, ja cię. Obrona Częstochowy.
Rosenqvist is too happy with the defensive driving of Yifei, but it's helping him to hold on so far. Let's see what happens next time they get towards the bus stop chicane. I've run out which round that's going to be now in terms of these two going head to head with each other on circuit, because it's been going on for some time now. But Yifei doing a really good job here to hold off Felix Rosenqvist. A great introduction for Felix into the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Felix w ogóle, no wiadomo, on jest prosem, ale on brał udział w tym evencie Formuły E w Las Vegas, co była pula $1 000 000 w 2015 roku. Tam szedł jak młody. Dobrze go szedł. Tutaj też idzie, kurczę, chyba goś umie w sim racing po prostu jakoś tak naturalnie mu to przychodzi. O, błąd. O, chyba go ma teraz. A nie ma go. Ale jaja. No dobrze, a Louis powolutku, stopniowo. Guys up front are having a huge fight.
Okay, yeah, I see I'm coming back. What's the gap to leader?
21 seconds.
Rather than being proactive, which is a pretty dangerous way to defend. But for the rest of it, going down into the bus stop there was.
And how is the pace?
He basically just followed the white line all the way round, didn't miss his braking point.
Pace is pretty good. You're pretty consistent. People behind catch you sometimes on the good laps, but generally the gap is stable.
Yeah, Pedersen is quite quick, but
you put your car where you want it to be, right? So your defense is proactive. You put your car on the inside, and you basically say, look, the rest of the track's yours. You do what you're going to do. I'm not going to move from this point. This is my line, and then you roll with it from that. What we do see sometimes, particularly in some sprint.
No, Redline nie zwolni na ostatnich stintach, bo to jest teraz ich pros. No jo, wiecie. Po prostu trzech równych kierowców.
Very, very large problem from these two though. What a fantastic and intense battle so far, and still Rosenqvist's not gone through. I mean,
You want me to calculate fuel or anything?
you can. I will. Well, no, actually, I'm very safe. All good.
This is fantastic.
I hope you're enjoying the racing as
You're right. It's much easier than it was in the
Then
server.
use more fuel.
Let us know your
Yeah.
thoughts on Twitter and on Facebook, and don't forget
Deszcz ma być mniej więcej w połowie dystansu. Więc plan mamy taki, żeby Louis swoje 2 stinty przejechał i kodem, żeby wsiadł akurat jak zacznie padać. To by było idealnie. Tak, no Romany zwolnią. Nawet nie wiem właśnie, tego nie mają prosa. No oni mają tego prosa, o ile to jest ten sam gość, co się na Monzy rozwalił jadąc na prowadzeniu. W tym głupim błędzie. Dobra. Nawet nie wiem do końca jakie tempo ten pros miał. No, prosi mocno decydują, bo wiecie, no siadają simracerzy, no i wszyscy są tam powiedzmy 2/3 w czołówce. Więc tam 10 sekund powiedzmy, że na stincie może jeden nad drugim wyrobić max, a wiecie, na prosi jednak te większe różnice są między nimi, nie? Więc simracerzy decydują o jaką pozycję samochód walczy, a prosi decydują, czy połowy dystansu dalej będzie w walce, czy już się bierze gdzieś dalej.
Charlie Collins has already been into the pit lane and has already switched out. These two have actually gone a lap longer than Charlie Collins. Dane Warren's taken over the other car, the number 88 Proton competition car. So interesting to see that switch. Timmy Osgard, Mac Backham, Turka Hakkinen also into the pit lane for the 86 GR Wolves. Just interesting to see them going a little bit longer than what is, in a sense, their sister team, whilst they're all, working hard to win the race regardless. That is interesting.
Here we look back then at Ford's here. So we're going to see how those strategies play out. But Lewis, don't forget, strategies are being everything now. But what happens when the rain starts to come? Because hour 3, hour 4, we are expecting it to start to rain. What have you spotted?
Oh, I think I saw it on the timesheets. The 22 and the 123 did just switch them briefly. I think they've gone back to being, I think it's just another bold move coming from Felix Rosenqvist and still not working out right now. But again, very, very close. Still no switch.
Yeah.
All that's done is allowed 17 seconds.
Well, they were... Rosenqvist was half a second quicker down through sector 1, so I reckon he was probably ahead. I think you're right, reckon he was ahead perhaps going into down the Kemmel Straight.
Jestem.
And it switched back.
Biadek do Riga normalnie.
Still, Yiffy holds on, I say he's becoming a roadblock, he's just putting his car wherever necessary and somehow
Wszystko git, nie?
doing that and keeping Felix Rosenqvist behind.
Tak.
It's,
Walka taka o P2, chłopie, że koniec, nie? Jeszcze nie zabili, to nie wiem jak.
Hey, we haven't heard the voice of Eduardo Freitas yet, so far.
No, tylko Erchan odjeżdża.
No, niestety.
Driving debut from this season.
Mnie ciekawe jak ten Prosek wsiądzie po Erchanie, nie? Czy rozwalił na Monza.
Na pierwszym kółku.
Więc tak nawet nie wiadomo, czy on dobre tempo by miał, czy nie.
No, on dobre tempo miał bardzo.
Rory McDuff struggled to get a drive for this season. Tried getting a drive in a couple of different teams. Eventually found the race clutch out.
Dobra, najpierw na sucho pojadę, potem na mokro, nie?
Not a great start to his campaign with that team. Of course, struggled in qualifying yesterday. That was through technical issues to get the first couple of laps done. Only could get out in the final 5 minutes.
Ja bym odwrotnie pojechał, żeby jednak na sucho być wjeżdżonym.
No time was set.
Myślę, że mokro będzie raczej.
Wyprzedzili się. Też fanatyk?
When that rain might potentially come down.
Let's not forget though, we talked points, we mentioned it earlier, there's bigger points as Axel Sports come in. Of course, they've doubled up this year. Last year in the Le Mans 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, they just ran in the prototypes. This year they are prototype and GT, so as that all Malaysian squad are expanding themselves as we look back here at this fight between Felix Rosenqvist and Yiffy Yi, and Felix Rosenqvist is now through.
Yeah, bit of a mistake.
We didn't catch where it happened. I'm sure if we have a replay of it, it will be brought to you, but the move is finally done. Here we go, Lewis.
Yeah, just into La Source. There's the dive. So this is
Zgadza
where
się.
I saw the switch over, so I'm not necessarily sure if this would actually
Nie ma mokrej nitki ani nic takiego.
Żadnego warninga nie miałeś, nie?
Żadnego.
No, odtawianie to miał chyba za 4.
That was a superb move from Rosenqvist.
Have 3 laps left.
There was absolutely no
Okay.
way back for Yiffy Yi. A hint of frustration perhaps, but Rosenqvist threw that one down the inside. And look at the gap he's gained already. But the damage caused in all of that has been about 10 seconds. Because they were about 8 or 9 seconds back.
Ale bardzo ciężko się ten samochód w deszczu prowadzi.
Of course,
Tylko popsuty jest w deszczu chyba. Przewidywalny.
Spytaj się go, jakie ma zużycie.
To w picie nam powie.
Jedzie normalnie, 19 zgodnie z planem.
And as you can see on this side, they're running down the order here as well. It's just not been a good season for Jota so far.
No, they've not had a good one. Didn't qualify particularly well yesterday, although Zancho went away last night, did a little bit of work, found around,
i najszybszy.
I think it was around about a second last night. There is
Nie dużo chyba.
Mike Epps driving probably. I don't think he lives that far away.
O ile wcale tak naprawdę.
Of course, he was a British touring car driver, very experienced GT racer as well. I remember Mike Epps from karting. We were both racing at the same time. He went on to do a lot better than I did in racing. But Mike Epps raced in the British Touring Car Championship. If you don't base yourself over here in the UK, British touring cars are a very popular championship in the UK, and Mike Epps was part of that package. But since then, really has more focused himself on racing in esports. He's falling in love with esports as a whole. He found it as a way to keep professional racing going when he couldn't quite have the budgets. He's always been a driver that just didn't really have the budget to support his talents, and with esports, the budgets aren't nowhere near as big. You get yourself a rig, you can go and race in whatever you want, like the Le Mans Virtual Cup, which we had yesterday. Do keep an eye on the Le Mans Virtual Cup if you want to have a chance to race with us at the Autosport show next year. You can race in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Anyone can qualify. The top 30 qualifiers will go through and race in each round. The next round will be at the Nordschleife LMP3 cars
on the second stint. Orange is still easy flat all the laps, or?
Start putting in laps for them now, but Mike.
Yes, easy flat. It's quite lively, quite on the nose, but nothing scary or anything.
Oh, then the first 3 laps I will not use the GC override.
Yeah. Fine.
Hasn't necessarily sat and completed too many
Oh,
jumps in.
LMP2 without wing in front of me. Spawn.
Has jumped between a few different teams. Done quite a bit of racing for Zancho as a squad.
Oh, no, WRT
with a no rear wing again.
Oh,
They've
no,
missed
not
out
again.
on a rear wing. That had better not be in pit lane. Of course, they were involved in an incident with Fordzilla in pit lane last time out. They've lost their rear wing once more. Fabrice Cornelis behind the wheel, and for WRT, I hope he knows about this, because this is probably going to be a spin down.
If there is code 80, then change tires.
Always going to happen.
Hanyujevski's in, by the way, as is Tobias Pfeffer, so we're into the third round of stops for LMP. Team WRT.
No też skrzydło stracili na Monzy faktycznie. Dobrze, że płacić nie muszą za skrzydła. Organ by się nie wypłacił.
Car 77, black and white flag for a muscled overtake on car 66 at T1 on lap 37. Car 77, black and white flag for a muscled overtake of car 66 at T1.
Let's take a look. Oh, it's the Red Bull car, the 111 directly behind. No, so he's going to lose it by himself.
No, it was the Red Bull car. Well, I don't really think the Red Bull car had anywhere else to go there.
Competing next lap.
Actually, I mean, I'm not sure why I didn't just try and straight line it by that point, but yeah, just
Full tank, no tires, right?
keeping on the racetrack.
I need to request it, yeah.
Either way, the 111, I think Nestor Garcia is behind the wheel at the moment.
No damage?
Were you promoting
No.
corners there?
Well,
No track limits either.
no, but sometimes there is a point.
So I will give you a review of the stop now on the straight. No damage, no fuel, full tank, no change, P1, me, yeah, so all the things stays, yeah?
Perfect.
Right, let's. We've been to the third round of stops.
Chowy wypadek, no bo też ciężko, żeby Gietek wjeżdżał w zakręt, myślał, że LMP wolniej od niego przejedzie. Wina w sumie. Ale oczywiście korweta mogła trochę uważać.
Luke Browning for Fordzilla. Nakeeb Aslan, who I've got to say has been very impressive so far in this race, has made a step forward at Autosport from the last round. But Felix Rosenquist, Yi, Pedersen, Michi Hoyer, all in. Here is the number 77. I feel like we haven't talked about GTEs for a while. They are now into their stops as well.
Yeah, they are entering their pit lane sequence. Roughly about 25 laps some of these teams have done. Some have gone a little bit shorter. Obviously, we saw some of the Porsches going on varying strategies, and what I will say is the BMWs seem to be going a fair amount longer in this race as Team Redline finally enter the pit lane. That was a
Używasz tego live timingu, czy nie?
5-lap stint.
Tego zwykłego, podstawowego używam.
Bo tam jest procent wyścigu, nie? Ile dokładnie.
No ale to co do różnica, no. Padać to zacznie padać.
On the second stint versus the first one. Other teams have gone a lap shorter on the second stint. This is actually more so down to the fact that in the first stint, because we were in big pack racing, they were able to slipstream off of each other and secure their positions and secure a little bit extra fuel in the tank. This time they've not been afforded that luxury.
Then 3.
Pit lane is very, very busy. We've got a ton of prototypes in there. and we've got plenty of GTEs.
Make sure you angle the car for the exit in the pit box.
Which stop? Okay, I see. Yes, I do.
As you mentioned, Lewis has just been in and comes back out right in front of someone else. I think I just saw Rudy Van Buren enter. In fact, that was one of the Project
Engine
cars that had come back out onto the track. So Rudy Van Buren for BMW Team Redline is the last to come in. It's been very busy with all the GTs.
So ignition off, ignition
now
on.
very busy with
Yeah,
all the
done.
prototypes coming in and back out again. And we'll do a run through of who's where.
I restart at 20 seconds, like now.
What's your timer?
Just come in for his stop.
I tell you after, I don't want to do something wrong.
Okay.
He can't sit still.
Don't worry about it.
Can he?
30.
Good pace, keep it up.
He's certainly not listening to us because he's.
It's 32 seconds go, yeah?
Rudy Van
Yes.
Buren is about to get going again.
He's very tall.
Remember the
by
clutch?
way,
He
Rudy
is,
Van
yeah. I've met him once, and yeah, that did.
Playing first gear.
74, 79 rear.
Is now
very
gonna
good.
make his way back out.
Better than
Dane
mine.
Warren reassumes the lead. There is the #1 rebellion of Louis Delatraz.
Who's leading? The Grosjean car, I guess?
They are the
Yes,
last
Erhan
of
is
the
still in the car,
prototypes
so
to stop.
will be
So
very
but
fast.
they
prototypes
did they
have
change
now done
tires?
3 stops, and
Now
all
they
of
didn't,
our
they did on the
GTE
previous
cars have done
Okay,
2
so he's doing
stops,
quadruple.
and there is our leader,
Yes.
Dane Warren for Proton competition. Tommy Ustgaard 7 seconds back for the Porsche Esports team. Then it's
Dobra,
another
teraz nikt
7
nie pada jeszcze
seconds
przez
back
10
there
kółek, no i
for
odbędzione z
Martin
tym.
Kroenke in the Porsche Esports team. If you are just joining us very shortly, we're
No
going
to raczej na pewno nie będzie padać.
second hour. Lewis McLeod, I'll hand over you to talk us through that, and then Duncan Vincent will be back.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. What a crazy race we have had so far. The first hour was absolutely insane. It does seem as though the second hour has been
Patrz,
just
jakie
as crazy. Let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by
highlights.
Lego Technic. The race was absolutely crazy at the beginning and it just kept
Jest ten serwer na mokro?
building and building.
Tak.
Redline battled out with GPX Williams in the early stages, but it was all about Commander and the Proton competition car down in
Federson is right in my ass.
R8G were battling it out with GPX Williams for the race lead, and a bit of a spin from D station into the path.
Don't lose any time. If he's faster, then let him go.
Project
Yep.
One right down the order. Unfortunately for them, the race would come about a little bit in one of their other cars, as Red Bull had a bit of an issue coming into pit lane. Dennis Jordan just overcooked the rears a little bit, and then had a bit of a slow entry. Al Buncombe, big mistake over the top of Radion.
Aha, to ten
into
Jordan
the
tak
wall
zresztą
hard.
na
Didn't
wieś.
lose a wheel though, and was able to keep going, but did break the suspension. A bold move there from Luke Browning down the inside of Jordi's Veers through traffic, and it allowed Fabrice Cornelis to try and steal the position off of the Team Fordzilla driver. An excellent move down through Pouhon, had to go around the outside at Fania and was able to make the position up. The two Porsche
Pora samochodów za nami teraz.
positions as
Teraz
Tommy
to
Osgard and
słabo.
Mac Backham would change over, not too hard between the two of them as they would try and chase down the Proton competition car that was leading the class of GTE. A big move though, and a big battle between Felix Rosenqvist and Yiffy Yi around the outside. The attempt was from the Swede, wasn't able to make this one stick, and this battle would continue over and over and over again. An absolutely superb battle for what was second on the road, allowing Erhan Yovski to clear away. Another attempt around the outside, wasn't able to make this one stick. Eventually it would come down into La Source, but this was the mistake from the number 57. A big moment over the top, created a bit of a switch between the Panes and Bicoles cars, and there is another dive from Felix Rosenqvist. This battle was just delivering on every single level. Extreme on the attack, extreme on the defense, as Yiffy Yi was causing some frustrations for Felix Rosenqvist, and again a bit more.
Tylko jakaś noc jest na naszym serwerze, Andrzej.
As there's a little bit of a moment there from Felix
nie
Rosenqvist.
wiem dlaczego.
Startuje, to powinno być git.
Eventually
O,
though,
tak.
that move into La Source, a big dive down the inside, and finally up into second position, and then started hammering in lap times that would close in on the leaders. Unfortunately though, a bit of a moment for Fabrice Cornelis, and lost of the rear wing to the 111 Red Bull Racing esports car. Lots of drama. Now we can get to say hello to Duncan Vincent, who joins us in the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Lewis McLeod. And what I've got to say is I was outside, I was paying attention, watching everything that was going on there. My heart sunk when I saw the 31 car going around with no rear wing
Patrzmy
for the
kiedy
second.
dokładnie.
Drivers on the team. I mean, Charlie Collins isn't exactly old, and they've all got so much potential in sim racing. And when you're looking for the replacements to the big names of sim racing, like Bunnerhaus, like Erhan Yovski, Jene Simoncic, etc., these are the names you need to keep an eye on, because they are coming.
I've got to say, Rocket Sim Sports still haven't come in. So Kim Brzezinski and Dennis Jordan have just come in. The only car that has not come in twice
Z tego, że już 3 razy mi ręce połamało, bo nie da się wejść, bo jest cały czas synchronizing, to jest git.
Super.
Mirror what happened at Monza because that was a complete disaster for them. But yes, we're into our third hour of the race now. Where's the race going? 3 hours 56 minutes of this race to go. There has been quite some battle. The Felix Rosenqvist battle was one that caught my attention when I was out grabbing a quick litre and a half of water. It sounded like Mr. Rosenqvist was very much wanting to try and get himself back into the front there, but Yeffier showing that he knows how to defend around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The weather has not closed in yet, but if you're eagle-eyed, like Chris, Lewis and myself are, you will have noticed that the blue skies are going away, and a lot of the cars started running with their lights on just a little while ago, and this promoted to us maybe something is a-changing at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes Forest.
Kurde, jakby ich utrzymał za sobą, to byłoby idealnie.
No, byłoby.
Masz dużo wyścigu.
Zaraz zacznie padać i jak popatrzymy, z kim walczyliśmy na początku, to się za głowę złapiemy, jak się stawka odwróci do góry nogami.
Chasing him down the road. I am a big fan actually of that by Collet's colours. I'm a big fan of that. Yourself?
Yeah, very big fan. I mean, the standard burst livery, which is it's more of like a black and gold type car, always looks quite good. But then seeing officially the right livery for a Bicoles car on that, it looks absolutely.
Będziesz robiła jeszcze tą połówkę?
Bicoles burst car. I think it's very much up there, at least for me being one of the favourite liveries on the grid. But of course, everyone I'm sure has their own opinions, which I'm sure they'll be making known in various chats around the world right now.
Let us know. You heard Chris going on about how you can, not going on, so that's the wrong way to say it. You heard Chris mentioning about how you can get in touch with us. And please get in touch with us. We want to know exactly what your thoughts are for the Le Mans virtual 6 hours of Spa. Still mostly gamers in the hot seats just now. Jajomski still very much at the head of the pack, but Felix Rosenqvist taking over that 1-2-3 car, a racer ahead of Yeffier, Louis Delatraz as well. But then after that, it's nothing but a stream of gamers until we go down to Roman Bokler all the way down there in the race clutch Alpine. As we go and have a look in towards the GTE.
Don't make it too easy for them. Slipstream is pretty weak, so it's hard to overtake.
Competition from, I think, round about halfway around the first lap in GTE. They have stamped.
He struggles to overtake because I have good exits.
Yeah.
And I think in Eau Rouge he cannot go flat, so.
From a Commander perspective,
and soon he has the Castle Bond behind him.
Between Dane Warren and Charlie Collins, the two drivers that are driving the number 88 Proton competition car from the sim point of view. They are talented young drivers that are sort of like the future of Commander, and that's not to say that that Martin Kronke, Erskard, Rogers, any of that, they're not going anywhere. They're still going to be here, of course, but it's just looking to who's the next name to prove themselves, and they've battled
Marcin.
with some of the biggest names of sim
Także się ciężko jedzie w deszczu.
side by side.
No, raczej wszyscy zjeżdżają na tym samym kółku, tam kółko 2 różnicy jest, więc to tak musiało idealnie zacząć padać, żeby tam ktoś zjechał i akurat zacznie padać, nie? Pomiesza, bo będzie się dużo działo.
I had one track limit.
Okay, that's fine.
You do get the feeling that if he's going to battle again, or that rather the two cars are going to battle again for the lead, it's going to be between the Porsche esports team and that the Proton competition.
Well, it's 1-2-3 for Porsche in GTE just now. Warren, Ustgaard and Kronke at the front, and then it's a BMW for the Team BS competition, and it's Terzic in that car in 4th place just now. But Callander, okay, you mentioned this to me when Friday, I think it was, you were mentioning exactly how big a sim organisation they are, and they also have a house as well, I believe a sim house.
I have so shit traffic, it's unbelievable.
They have a sim house. Tell us a little bit about that, if you would.
I'm still ahead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've said with the GR Wolves having the sim room in the Molyneux, but you're absolutely right. I can't remember where it is in Germany. I think it's Gronau. And it's a fantastic house. They've converted into their own sim place. A couple of drivers live there, the likes of Josh Rogers. I'm pretty sure that Tommy Osgard lives there. I can't remember which ones do. I know that Charlie Collins and Dane Warren do not live there. They reside in their own houses and stuff. But still, to have a house dedicated to sim racing, it allows them to put their full focus on sim racing as a whole, and that's not just from a driver's point of view, that's from an engineer's point of view. The ability to have 2 separate rooms in a house. You do your racing in one, and then you've got engineers in another, and that engineer can come in and be like, oh, by the way, this, and then you're like, okay, well, it's, yeah, I'm sure, you know, you can connect on Discord and TeamSpeak and communicate with them, but there's something about still, obviously, being a human, the physical interaction of being able to describe. I mean, how many times have you seen it in various paddocks of all the drivers doing hand gestures as to what the car's doing through a corner, and they're always giving that extra little bit of information that just helps fill in the picture.
And that's exactly what it is. That human interaction goes a long way. Oh, somebody going off the top of Radion. There was a Williams GPX car. GPX Williams, I think, exited stage left at the top of Radion.
Ale poszedł.
Not a place where you want to go. We've seen a few cars having a fairly large set of moments.
Wow, what a dick. It was dangerous what he did. It's okay. He's ahead, but very good.
No, ten taki widać.
Look at just now on track Rebellion GPX Esports with Louis Delatraz at the wheel from the Floyd Bicoles burst of
IFE is not pulling away, so that's good.
I will try to use the draft and come back.
Sister car to the car which is in the lead of the race just now as we've been through the no-name corner and we're coming down towards Poom. Do we have any idea who that was that we saw at the top of Radion? It looked like a blue and white car if I'm not mistaken.
It was, I believe it was one of the Williams. I believe it was Alex Arana who just did a 42-second first sector, which is about 10 seconds off, and it would make sense. We'll probably be crawling back to the pit lane. That is Alex Arana, who's in 13th position. There he is. I mean, to be fair, that car doesn't look too bad. Speaking of incidents, what I'm going to assume was at Radion, I do believe another one of the prototypes, this one being in the hands of Mohammed Patel in the Marla racing car, did see them stationary in the first sector. That car is actually done.
I don't know if it's done or if he's actually doing that to see if he can feel any damage going from left to right, to tell you the truth. Or
there's a little bit of damage on that.
Well, you don't go off there and get away with it.
Yeah.
And if you do, you want to buy yourself a lottery ticket, son, because that is not a place to go missing. Having said that, he's not hanging about. He's about to go past the GTE Wolves car through Blanchimont.
Widzicie, no problem jest taki z tym startem z P10, no jakbym startował w top 3, to Louis by teraz się nie bił w tej stawce, tylko miałby 10 sekund przewagi nad nim. Trochę, nie? Tak to właśnie oddaje mu samochód w takiej pozycji, że jest troszkę wolniejszy od tych z tyłu, no i oni już go mają.
21 robiłeś na tych warunkach?
Tak.
Niskie, wysokie?
No, pełnym bakiem zaczynałem na 22, tak niskie powiedzmy, i potem schodziłem na niskie 21.
Yeah, actually, somewhat similar to the Al Buncombe incident that we saw. Only the difference was there is that was what I expected the Al Buncombe one to be, where it was a clipping of the curb, which then unsettled the rear. We'll see this battle between BS Competition and FDA Esports at the moment. BS Competition just managing to hold.
A teraz jestem na trzecim kółku, to 2:21:8.
No to bardzo dobrze.
Tylko w te jedne nie trafię.
These two used to be teammates, actually a couple of different times. They were teammates at a team called Singularity, which was a team run by
car 777, blue flag on car 777.
Not here this weekend because he's racing in British GT, so we'll wish him good luck for the championship up there at Donington Park.
To skrzydło 7 to skrzydło 8 na pełnym deszczu jest trochę ciężko, ale
no, ale aż takiego myślę nie będzie.
Elsewhere, a different team, the John Lacey Esports Academy, which Jordi Zviers is still a part of. Alan Terzic departed that at this track in a championship a little while ago, a championship where he won the final.
Chwala? No, kierowca słaby po prostu jechał.
Won the championship. So the two have been teammates for a little while.
I wykręcił P10. No.
As long as they're good friends, that's the most important part. Now, myself and you, Lewis, we've done a lap round here in the Sims. Chris McCarthy has been trying to avoid it for all he's worth, but a man who did.
I will not fight him too much because I will lose so much time if I do.
Stoffel Van Dorn. So we've got a chance to catch up when I met Stoffel, and he
yeah,
can
be
tell
smart.
us exactly what he thinks of the circuit anyway. Welcome to the Le Mans Virtual Series, Stoffel. It's fabulous to have you here, and happily for us, we also have you on our entry list as a driver for Jota Sport. Now, you're a busy man these days, and first of all, we need to ask you, because you're one of the drivers who has taken part in, competed and enjoyed the Le Mans Virtual 24-hour race, which was the forerunner towards the Le Mans Virtual Series. Now, we need to ask you, what impressed you most about that series, and why do you think it was so successful?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Le Mans 24 hours virtual event I participated in last year. Obviously, it was during lockdown, and
Co może wbije zaraz.
O, faktycznie nie walczy. Jeszcze nie. O P6 już spadł Louis, zaraz P7 będzie. No, ale dalej niż P8 nie spadnie.
Z P4, boż.
Is this a pro or a sim racer prefer?
Sim racer.
We like a challenge, we like to perform, and yeah, at the end,
On nie słyszy.
at the start of the race as
He's a sim
well, I
racer.
think for me that was kind of one of the most fun parts, you know, because you had all the real racing drivers kind of racing against each other. I was racing, you know, with Max, you know, some other drivers as well.
No, nie tyle
Like
siadło,
they
tylko...
they try to attack everywhere.
Tylko no, po prostu oni są troszkę szybsi wszyscy, no i tak go doskoczyli wszyscy naraz. No.
Now, as a Belgian,
yeah.
you need no introduction to the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. It's a fabulous place with fast straights and very demanding corners. But what do you do here? Do you set your car up with a low aero package like you would for Le Mans? Or do you want to build some aero in it to make it more stable around the corners like Pouhon and Stavelot?
Yeah, Spa is a very
All about
challenging
minimizing time loss.
circuit in
Positions
terms of
don't matter that much.
Choosing the downforce level. It's often a big question mark between high or low downforce, and it can vary on a lot of different things, depending on the cars as well, which is the most efficient way of getting the speed out of it. Some cars react better with a lower downforce setting. Some do better with a higher downforce setting. But I think in terms of raceability, it's probably better with.
No miały być, ale tam chyba nie mają
Taking past me prefer, but they take so much risks. Fucking hell.
Obviously makes the cornering a lot more difficult. So yeah, it's always a balance to make up, and not a straightforward decision.
And we can't talk about racing at Spa without unfortunately mentioning the weather. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes. For yourself, have you ever raced around Spa in the sim in any of the weather which may be changeable or wet? And can you give us some feedback on what it's like?
Well, I've not actually done sim racing in Spa in the wet, but I've had many
Make sure you don't get any warnings.
real life experiences in the wet in Spa. I mean, actually, probably one of the worst that I've had was in 2019, the WEC race there, which basically we had all sort of conditions. We had snow, we had rain, hail, sunshine at some point. So we literally had everything in one single race. So that was probably the most extreme ones that I've.
For some reason we have damage on this left side a bit, side pod, but
really know what to
just see it now.
expect in the virtual world.
If it doesn't affect the car, then sometimes it just shows up, but
No,
doesn't
no,
do
I
anything.
mean I didn't even feel it for sure. It's there for some laps. For sure, one contact with one of them trying to go around the outside.
Yeah, that's fine. That won't do anything to the car.
Having Pfeffer go round the outside of him at the corner with no name. So a cracking overtaking maneuver, and that's been brewing for 3 or 4 laps over the course.
You have Hoyer behind you, who will be pretty fast, and then no one else.
For one, am extremely excited to see Tobias Pfeffer racing in R Factor 2. So before about his talent, racing toe to toe with Louis Delatraz, of course, that being the #1 car that Delatraz shares with Nicodem.
Tak, no na prawo mów.
He started out the first stint of the race. Now, we were discussing this a little bit earlier with the wet weather coming in. Now, for that team, I think they're trying to leave it so that Nicodem Wisniewski is in the car for when it transitions over to the wet, because he didn't used to be. I remember him not being that great in the wet when we were racing at Fuji a few years ago, but very, very talented in wet weather conditions. Has absolutely nailed it now. Let's take a look at this move once again.
This is the Panes car, the top of Malmedy here, and we can see the GPX car getting a little bit loose on the exit of that corner. Just watch this. This is Louis Delatraz on the inside, and round the outside comes Pfeffer here. That is a move. And look at the room. They're both giving each other massive respect there. Louis Delatraz possibly knew that was coming. He just lost the rear on exit of Malmedy, and
No, Niko nie będzie mógł do końca. To jeszcze wsiąść, bo nie można jechać więcej niż 3 godziny. Żaden kierowca nie mógł.
Well, this is one driver, and it's a bit of a shock as to why he's in the car at the moment. Yeah, sure, leading by 20 seconds is Janiowski. a little bit of a surprise to see him in the car for the opening 2 full stints. Now, by 2 full stints, we're obviously talking of double stints here, because double stints is what they're doing on the tyres, so we expect them to stay in the car for a couple of double stints. Interesting to see there that Tobias Pfeffer is not, obviously because he's driving for Panis, not in his R8G shirt, so obviously doing a little bit of branding for the Panis team rather than for R8G. But I'm not necessarily too sure as to those. I mean, Jone Simicic, great in the wet. Michi Hoyer, great in the wet. Whether they stay in the car for that long, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Jone Simicic yet to do some laps. The drivers, the likes of Alan Terzic and Jordi Viz, these are all drivers that are also very, very good in the wet. Unfortunately, we don't really see them involved at the front end of things in GTE, but the 111, of course, that one being the Red Bull Racing Esports C8 Corvette, would have loved to have seen.
Znowu chłopie straciliśmy tak dużo, jaką wsiadł.
No, masakra.
With potentially, Yuri Kaz behind the wheel, because he is so good in the wet, as he proved in the R Factor 2 GT Pro Series. Believe taking a victory at Sebring.
My bardziej nad tym tempem popracować ich te rundy. Teraz Louis Dele teraz jedzie.
And he's making inroads to the back of the R8G Esports of Casabon, who's just up the road, about exactly 1 second up the road from him just now. So the mirrors will be looming full of Panis Racing prototype in a couple of minutes for Casabon, and he's going to have to watch, because on a mission we just saw him in that car.
777, can you please let 86 by? Otherwise, I'll give you a pit lane penalty. Blue flag on car 777.
Worst experience of his life when he was trying to drive around here for the first time, and like everybody, when they get on the Sebring, they think, okay, Eau Rouge is flat, but trust me, Eau Rouge is a big task to take flat. As we look at the FDA Ferrari coming down through the Eau Rouge now, and that section there actually is one of the highest loads on a race car anywhere around the circuit, and possibly anywhere in the world. The lateral load and also the vertical load.
Ten Ifej, prawdę mówiąc, nie ma dużo lepszego tempa, no. Po prostu oni oddali mu samochód 10 sekund przodu i sobie jedzie, nie?
Behind that lap till MP2 and he's not moving.
Who is that?
Jota. I don't know number, but Jota car.
As well as getting pulled, is getting pushed into the ground. So Spa comes with all sorts of challenges, not just the insane high speed that it has, it's also got massive compressions, and yeah, we have talked about this so much, it's coming our way, we know the weather will eventually arrive for us, and let's see just how it gets on. But we're keeping our eye on this Casabon and Pfeffer battle just now. Not really a battle as of yet, it's more a mind game thing just now. There's still a bit of a gap between them, but we'll keep our eyes on that, Lewis, as it goes through.
Yeah, whilst we're watching Tobias Pfeffer again, I'll bring up the R8G thing, because obviously one of the cars that he is catching is an R8G car.
Not.
In a sense, it's his sister car, although Panis, and it's not the same. Panis is sort of made up of a couple of different drivers. Alessandro Ottaviani races for a team called Virtual Drivers by TX3, so isn't anything to do with R8G realistically. But still, there's a little bit of pressure on Pfeffer's shoulders that when he gets to them to make a move that's going to be a nice, clean one, and that nothing bad's going to happen. Otherwise, I think your team boss is going to be on the blower to you.
He's not mega slow, but still, fuck.
Yes, exactly.
I messaged them.
This is the interesting thing with sim racing when you have a team. This is actually very common, with the exception of some teams, the likes of Commander and stuff, where they enter the same team, Redline as well, basically the same team into each competition, regardless of simulator. R8Gs tend to have a more designated team dependent on each of the simulators. Now, being from
One.
No, wiesz co, Mati, no bardzo ciężko powiedzieć, bo będzie padało niedługo. No jakby było sucho, to myślę, że tak po trzecie, no.
Necessarily familiar with each other, and so that from at least from my perspective is very
Deszczu, no wiesz.
The 88 car still leads the way in GTE as we're on board with him just now. Warren comes through the Brussels hairpin, as it likes to get called in, into the corner with no name. We should maybe name it just for the Le Mans Virtual Series today, but
what will we call it though? Because I mean, it's technically got two other names, being Ix and Speakers. So
Duck and Lose, that would be quick, but Chris might feel awful left out with that, so we'll maybe not.
Dobra, może kompares na szybko, co?
These guys have been insanely quick from the word go and putting down a gauntlet for everybody else in GTE as well, and it's a Porsche 1-2-3 just now. With the BMW team BS competition in 4th place, but Porsches have always gone so well around the Spa circuit. The 91 car.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop of car 22, for his
Oh, no.
driving standards and consistent blocking. 10
22.
seconds added to the next pit stop of car 22 for his driving standards, by other words, for continuously zigzagging and blocking.
This is the wrong car. Blocking what?
I guess in the fight with Redline. He was pretty aggressive. Pretty surprising do tej penalty. No, jesteśmy więcej niż 10 sekund za
How
nim.
far is he ahead of us?
13 seconds.
That's too much in the fight.
Set to only being for position, not doesn't tell you about cars coming to lap or anything like that. It just tells you front and rear. However, there are some things that you can do that you can get it to, or you can get a relative to tell you about the cars coming by to lap you and stuff, or if you're in the prototypes.
He's really not faster than you, it's just that you are in the traffic and he's not.
When it comes to
Yeah, I lost everything when those 3 fuckers attacked me.
Yep.
And I will always remember back to my sim racing days, back at in a certain championship we were racing.
Rosenquist is quite fast, I think.
And
Yeah, he's very fast.
An LMP1 styled car, and Stephen Bailey, who I know will be a name known to quite a few people in the sim racing world, when he was racing, and I've never seen anyone scythe through traffic.
User joined your channel.
I'm back.
An eye for perfection.
7 laps.
In a sense of the moves aren't it's not at the corner. It's a few corners back. You're eyeing up, right, where's that GTE? When am I going to catch them? How am I going to catch them? Do I want to catch them at a slow speed, high speed corner, or on a straight? Obviously, you always want to catch them on a straight. So sometimes you'll see them backing off a little bit so that they're getting them out of a corner or on a straight rather than right on the apex, because that's where your momentum is just cut off completely. And those are the drivers that come through traffic so quickly, that are doing everything.
Może wyłączę tego Discorda, po co ma chodzić.
Traffic management key in absolutely any form
No
of
właśnie
racing,
jest.
but especially in this when you've got such a difference in speed for the cars.
10 sekund karę dostał numer 22 za blokowanie.
Kto to jest?
No, teammateci nasi.
Freeway's a little bit scary actually, isn't it?
Aha,
Marcela.
Aha.
Picked up a 10-second penalty for constant weaving. So
to będziemy obok nich, tak?
No, 13 za nimi jest.
Fajnie jakby tak zaczęło padać, wiesz, jak oni wszyscy zjadą na...
Jak zacznie padać na przykład, jak będziemy na wjeździe do alei, no to łety zakładamy, nie?
No tak. Już nic nie, jakby nie stracimy wtedy, tak? No i tak
Chyba,
będzie.
że zacznie i przestanie. No ale to już ryzyko.
Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily how they can do it, because obviously normally you'd have it added to your pit stop. I'm assuming they can do that in a sense where they'll just bring them into what would be a penalty box in the pit lane and be like, right, you're going to sit there for 10 seconds and then you can get on with it. I'd have to say, I do actually completely agree. I know some people won't, but I think some of the defence against Felix Rosenquist, I said it at the time, I think a little bit of it was too much over the line, where it's setting a bad example.
Louis, no jest wolniejszy. No prosi się dzielą na 2 kategorie. No jest taki Felix Rosenquist, który możesz go pomylić z Team Racerem.
Wbijam tam do niego.
To tacy prosi jak Louis czy Fake, którzy są wolniejsi. No. Po prostu startowaliśmy z P10, no to ja Louiemu oddałem z przewagą tam 10 sekund nad pociągiem jadącym za nim, no i go doszli w końcu.
It's seriously frowned upon. Now, Philip Pushka is in the pit lane, actually, or is he maybe just making his way on an outlap just now? He was in the pit lane for quite some time as I was looking down there. And Bram Baylor is still in the pit lane. That's that 57 car which went off. If I'm not mistaken, he was off as well at the top of Radio.
No, Nikodem siada zaraz za 5 kółek. Palimy.
Maybe a little bit of work getting done to that car. Great to see the D-Station guys were back on track as well, because D-Station did have a... Well, they lost connection earlier on, so Joao did the error just now on that track, taking over from Najima.
Well, it's the endurance spirit, isn't it?
Endurance spirit, exactly.
Whether the car's done or not, just get out on track and go and just enjoy the race. Being on track, being on on broadcast.
Warning 2, sorry. I will do no more till the end.
race driver. No, I've seen this in real motorsport. Trust me, you get it in sim racing. The classic. Yeah, but you're 18,000 laps.
No nie, numer 4 już miał prosa.
Yeah, but they still have
Tom Dillman zaczynał, nie?
to go and race. And,
18,000 laps down. I've told you a million times not to exaggerate, Lewis. But I know exactly what you mean. But there's been a change in position here from 4th and 5th as well, because Casabon has got past Pedersen. Because I was the one that was saying that Casabon was under big pressure from the Panis car, which is still in 6th place. So this has been a change of prototype.
Ale tak, do Grożanów
These
prosił
guys
się
have
dają.
swapped around. And I've got to say the REG esports car, it's on a
Zobaczymy, no.
The 18 car, the sister car.
Ciekawe jaka będzie pogoda na koniec, no myślę, że lepiej jednak jak Pros jedzie na suchym sobie elegancko.
Driver change for that, because yeah, Jojowski's been in this form, if I'm not mistaken, from the word go and for a long time just now. So if it does rain, it's going to be very unlikely that he will get a chance.
O, tak, tak, no Pros, znaczy każdy kierowca musi przejechać co najmniej godzinę w tym. Stint ma 40 minut, no, czyli na stinty trzeba jechać. Można oczywiście kombinować, żeby na koniec wsadzić, tam powiedzmy jak półtora stintu zostanie, czy coś takiego. Ale na koniec może być mokro. W sposób powoli jednak wsadzić, w tym my, woli wsadzić teraz jak jest sucho.
Car 21 seems to be missing the front right wheel. Car 21 missing the front right wheel.
Potentially in another couple of hour and a half, whenever we'll.
Chyba wie, czy nie?
Smiling when you say that. You're looking forward to the rain coming.
I'm really looking forward to the rain. You're absolutely right. It's going to be.
Car 21 at T15 without the front right wheel. Car 21 entering T16 without the front right wheel.
Push as hard as we can.
Are you joining the server, Nico? Because there's code IT?
I am on the server.
Push, and then wait for the rain to come and then react to that. Other teams have been saving and keeping their strategy as wide open as possible, and RHG in the number 8 car has been one of those. They are, whilst leading, yes, they've got plenty of time in the bag.
Now a replay of the overtake with the R8G Esports and by Colley's car. It was on the run up the Kemmel Straight, so there was obviously just a little bit more momentum.
Right in my ass, the other one, but I should be able to keep him.
And yeah, on the grass as well for the by Colley's car there, so obviously they had to lift out the gas, but I'm also wondering whether traffic was maybe involved in that as well.
He's usually pretty aggressive, so be careful.
Is this a slow-moving axle sport car? Slow-moving axle sport car making its way in towards now. Is that car on big squint? Wheel missing off of this car?
Front right.
Car 21 in the pits. Car 21 in the pits.
Good turn. That's something that Paul Swift would be delighted with the Russ Swift stunt show there. Paul Swift stunt. Thank you very much, Paul. Take that one for you. But yeah, a front right wheel missing. It's not the type of thing that can't get put on. It's not a malfunction. It takes a human element out of it, isn't it? Lewis is looking up to the sky here thinking, what's caused that? It could only be a little bit of contact, maybe as in towards the bus stop chicane comes the GPX Rebellion car under huge pressure from Mitchie Hoyer in that Alpha Industry by Colley's burst car. Mitchie Hoyer, who I first was introduced to at the Virtual Le Mans last year. Mitchie Hoyer, we was driving for EDX Sport. It was Jamie Campbell-Walter.
Tak zrobię.
Yeah, Nicolini, scan the flick. Scheiße. Too far back.
No, czekaj, zacznie padać, to już nie będzie nudy. Jaja.
Do surprise attack somewhere. The pressure high.
No, mi ci się poprawił.
Thank you.
Prawda. Nie masz faja? Michi miał tak, że raz na ruski rok coś mu siadło. A teraz jednak tak, to częściej mu siada. Nie siada. Na jakim torze? O, miałem Pablosowi Orekę wysłać. Kurde.
Right in our way. Let's see into whom's way. Actually into his. Unbelievable. of it.
How many laps?
3. Nice off-track pushing. I'm stuck.
Bit easy.
Ma. Giga, nie wiem. Czego?
Team manager car 11, can we have your driver turn on the front and the rear lights, please? Team manager car 11, your lights are turned off.
Check if there's a difference in the time they boxed last time on the Alcamel. Yeah, I thought he didn't see me.
Team manager car 11, can we have your driver turn on
To
the
jest
front
trochę
and the
opóźnienie
rear
chyba na
lights,
streamie.
please? Team manager car 11,
Czego?
your lights are turned off.
O! Ale poszedł Louis.
Should I mute on my stream, Kuba?
No.
Well,
I'll be right back, 1 minute.
Yeah, 2 to go.
to tell you like total time of his pit stops.
No, no, no. The time. Never mind. I'm trying to get him now.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No. Okay, I got it now. Our pit stop was 1 second.
Amo!
Quicker.
A, stracony.
I wanted to know how long their last pit.
Whoa, fucking hell! Car spawn on top of Eau Rouge. It's okay. I'm alive.
Oh, thank God.
But the guy was right in front. Probably he passes me. We're side by side now.
Ja to let go.
Yeah, he passed.
Nie, zaraz nie będzie tu. O Jezus, no. To rzeczywiście. Nieźle. A i wjechał, nie puścił.
I'm back.
Overtaking.
We got very close to not being here anymore.
Yeah, I
Someone
saw.
spawned in Eau Rouge in front.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm with you.
I do one more lap.
Make sure your headlights are on.
Yeah, the GT. Oh my God.
There must be. I'm not going to say a joke or anything because there certainly wasn't.
Smash that one.
I did. No, he used to be a driver that was, you know, fairly talented, but wasn't really doing anything with it.
Yeah.
But that was when he was racing for a team called ACR Zaxby. Then when everything changed,
Make sure you've got tires selected. Damage off.
with half of that team over to Burst. Something clicked at the start of 2020.
Mediums, Nico.
Faster and faster. Let's take a look at what happened. Oh yeah, it's going to be too much curb and over onto the right barrier.
And damage. It says NA. It's okay?
I was going to say down at Puon, but
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Car 5 has 15 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release on the last pit stop. Car 5 has a 15 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release on the last pit stop.
O, faktycznie. Mówię, czemu ten bajkoles za nami jedzie?
That's something which you'd need a DD to save sometimes, but alas, that's why we don't have an excuse. We did have a go on a DD.
I've got plenty of excuses. Louis Delatraz has gone back to the lead now as Rosenquist, Pedersen and Hoyer all hit for the pit lane. So the Rebellion GPX eSport car is back in the front. That will bring a smile to his face as the Axel Sport car looks more like he's on a WRC stage in the middle of Sweden in the snow with a bit of opposite lock.
Rankolem siada I wal.
Porsche 911 RSR just now. He will get back to the pits, but here's our race leader as he comes to the top of the
Ma punktów za prowadzenie?
Louis Delatraz.
Have me selected?
Yes.
Ile sekund?
Stop and go, NA, damage, NA, fuel, full tank, rear wing 1, U, and yeah, the rest is automatic anyway.
Mediums.
Mediums, yeah, sorry.
If you were the team manager, you would have had El Sabti in, but unfortunately, Gordy, well, not unfortunately, Gordy Much has gone in. And Gordy has, I'm not going to say he's got a point to prove, but he has got a point to prove.
I think he has. No, I think he definitely
Monza
does.
was a disaster for the young Scotsman, and I have to say that it was just an innocuous little spin off the second retifilio curb, put him into the middle of the track. Now, it wouldn't have caused any harm if nobody else had been coming, but there was another 3 cars which piled into him, and that was race over for them. So Gordy Much needs a good solid stint here, Lewis.
Yeah, I think he. I mean, look, I get it. You know, put him in the dry, and then yes, it could be in the transition period, so it could be a little bit.
Odpaliłeś swojego streama?
But to be honest, it's classic in sim racing as it is in motorsport that you're only as good as your last race. And so
No szybko zobaczymy aż na fejsie.
the Alpines round. That was one of the race clutch Alpines. That'll be the 15 that has been round. It's the red one, not the blue. Doing an 80. What should I go for this time? 85,000.
Well done.
Yeah, shit about all those fights because I lost so much.
Stary nie jest odpalony.
I start the car. Is 32 second or is 52?
Yeah, it's 52 with tires now. Make sure
Okay,
you
so I
switch the car
started
off.
that. Yeah, it's off.
I think it could be curbs on the left-hand side.
Where we started in 10 seconds.
To nie będzie streama, Andrzej.
If not, yeah, too much curb on the
Odpalił.
right-hand side as you're turning in, and then was just left in that point. It's just whether he hit the wall or not doing it.
Didn't look like he'd been off into the wall.
No,
I think he spun
agree.
across the apex. But the big thing about people who use exit curbs or entry curbs, if the entry curb's flat, that's fine. It's a track extension. If there's any gradient, any raised angle in that curb, you drive up it, and then you have to come off, and it upsets the car as you
Can
go.
I escape now?
Making the movements here in my seat as you guys
Press your passenger select button, or what it is, to get out of the car.
Yeah, and then escape.
Yes.
No,
ale nie wiadomo kiedy zacznie padać, Marcin. A może zacznie padać na naszym zjazdowym kółku.
Yeah, car is good. There's no two stints.
Slight moment, shall we say, but yeah, great stuff. But okay, so Gordy Much is in the car. You're only good as your last race result. So Gordy Much wants to make this one for RHG Esports a proper result. He has left the pit lane and he is currently in. What position is he? He's currently in second. He's in P2 just now behind Louis Delatraz. So Delatraz will pit right now. Delatraz comes up on our screen as he is headed for the pit. So Gordy Much will now be leading the 6 hours of Spa. Lead change here at Spa as we look at one of the
Minimalnie godzinę trzeba przejechać.
Racing from the Molyneux Football Stadium today. Are you a football lover, Lewis?
I don't mind football. I don't mind Wolves actually. I'm quite partial to a good Wolves game. I know they are playing at the moment at Aston Villa, so I can confirm that. I don't know if it's spoilers, whatever. It's 0-0 at the moment. So.
Oh, that's good stuff. Then Philip Pushka in that car just now coming down behind the 91 car. And here we're going to have a little replay of that race clutch car, the spin car going in towards. Now, he was round the outside of the FDA car. Where did he go? He's onto one curb. He's lost it. You're 100% bang on, Lewis. I know I should have gone with you. Harmless little spin that. Just caught out by the exit curb. It wasn't the Ferrari's fault. He was just in the wrong place, putting too much power on the curb.
Prototypes must, obviously when it comes to lapping, it's always in the hands of the prototype with how the move happens. It's always the faster car that's the one that dictates the move. The lower class, which in this case is obviously the GTs, they just do what they're doing.
Yeah.
And it's you know, in the prototype hands, and I think a lot of GTE drivers will always tell the prototypes to be like, look, don't go around the outside of a corner. It's not a wise call.
It looks cool, but it's not the thing to do. Very deep into the bus stop chicane there. Very, very deep for Tommy Usgaard. the leader of our GTE race just now. As you can see on screen, the 92 car leads the way for Porsche Esports team. Very much for R8G Esports leads the way, and the LMP prototype leader just now. You're pointing to your screen, Lewis. Fill me in.
Because the reason why the 92 is leading, for anyone panicking at home as to where the 88's gone, it is been into the pit lane already.
Sorry.
This one is on the previous stint. So the 88 has been doing 23 lap stints, pitted on 23, 46, 69. So it's just constantly doing 23 lap stints. The 91 on the previous stint went a lap longer. Already gone a lap longer here, so they're going an extra lap on top of that. So doing excellent stuff on fuel mileage. Both the Porsche Esports teams managing to find fuel where others are struggling.
Going the extra mile.
Indeed. Or the extra, what you said, yes, it was a 7 miles?
7 mile circuit, yes.
Mieliśmy tyle czasu w pit podchodzi. We lost a lot of time in the pits.
Myself and Chris both fell into that trap, although Chris didn't say anything. It was just Duncan who went into that wormhole. But thankfully, I didn't look at social media for a good 8 hours after that. And I think I just got away with it. As we look down upon Gordy Much in the R8G Esports car, we go back to the Panes car coming in towards usual Radion area. Using a bit of apex care there. I was a bit hesitant to say whether he was coming through or not. I'm a big fan of the Panes car. I do like the colour scheme of it. It's very tricky. I also like the Fordzilla car. So as commentators, we have our favourites.
The Fordzilla
I do. There's just something about the name for a start, you know. And I grew up with the era of Godzilla. So Fordzilla. Yeah, it's a big like for Duncan Vincent in the Vincent household just now. But you can see the distance that Will Stevens has in the Panis car back to Mitchie Hoyer in the Alpha Industry Burst Calls. And there is Will Stevens on our right-hand side, former Formula 1 racing driver. We've seen him racing for Jota in the World Endurance Championship. We've seen him racing for Panis Barthez as well.
User disconnected from your channel.
Of things, and classy driver. Just look at the concentration on that face. Clicking gears.
Straciliśmy.
Look down towards looks at the camera.
Rozumiem dlaczego aż tyle.
I wonder if he could, I wouldn't have thought he could.
Ci teammateci jeszcze kary nie odbyli, w następnym picie ją dostaną.
Stevens is under a bit of
Okay.
pressure here. And you can see 2021 ELMS, a McLaren development driver as well. This is a guy at the top of his games, and it just goes to show you the draw that the Le Mans Virtual Series has for these top line drivers. As we've got Will Stevens, we have got the 2021 IndyCar champion in there. We have got so many great people involved in this. Jensen Button's involved in it. We've seen Stoffel van Dorn as here goes a change in towards. That's the number 4 by Collet's car. Number 4, that's Rougier up the inside of Toman. If I'm not mistaken there, am I wrong? It's Pedersen going past Rougier, sorry. Thank you very much. Lewis's pen just waved at me to make sure I was correct. In towards the
Nie wiem, czy widziałeś, jakie kółko Ritfel zrobił na początku.
Tak. 900 czy 200?
Nieźle.
Yeah, go back in here. Go back in here. Oh, my PC crashed just when I left the game. So.
No zapomniał odpalić streama Nikodem, zapomniał kliknąć.
Not really crashed, but was frozen.
For some reason we lost a bit of time in the pit lane. The car
Yeah.
that we were fighting with is now 6 seconds ahead of us.
Oof.
Why?
Which means it's one of the easiest to cover off, and in that sense it does become a little bit harder later on, as you can see that Jesper Pedersen losing out a little bit there as he got to the rear end of the AF Corsa. Jordi Sveers, who is in second position.
After our teammates serve the penalty, we will be only 13 seconds off the podium, so everything to fight for.
It was annoying me because when I got in the fight with those, they were faster, but not that much, you know.
Yeah,
and then I lost a lot suddenly.
The issue is us starting from P10, because like number 22 started from the front row, so they gave the car to Ife in clean air, and when I gave the car to you, they caught up to you, and you had to fight with them.
It's okay. Still long, rain is coming, so.
Yep.
Will be parked in the pit lane for an extra allotted time penalty for a slap on the wrist. Now, unsafe release.
Gordon Much is fast.
He's the pro that crashed at Monza after he got into R8G car. Like they were leading and he crashed in his first stint, so hard to say, we'll find out.
But he was quick on iRacing at least, but I think he, but he's kind of a fake pro, like Nico.
Yeah,
no?
maybe.
Not fake, but you know what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Not like me or Ife.
So somebody turned around at Monza, driving the wrong way down the pit lane, yeah.
it's a hard time in the pit lane in sim racing, and I've brought up the fact that on other simulators, pit lane is.
No, oni potem siadł i wali tempo.
Drive through other people. There's no contact in the pit lane. In R Factor 2, there is absolutely contact in the pit lane. You have to be careful as we look backwards. Fantastic camera angle, by the way, looking backwards from Will Stevens as he's defending from Michi Hoyer.
I'm about to say it's Hoyer time, and it's a coming. Will Stevens can sense it, he can feel it, he can smell it. The way that Michi Hoyer comes through the top of radio there, he will be driving in his rearview mirror. Is he going to put up a fight?
Nie mogę się do tych malowań przyzwyczaić. Michi w jakimś w ogóle
Towards the right hand side on the brakes.
fluorescencyjnym samochodzie.
Stevens put up no defense here. He knows there's a bigger picture with bigger fish to fry in this. Michi Hoyer, man on a mission so far. We've seen him cut his way through this field, and just look at the determination as he leaves Malmedy down towards the next corner. That car was a little bit flighty at the back there. Will Stevens, well, he'll hang on to the back, that's for sure. He won't get dropped straight away. But the next in line for Hoyer is Rougier, who is up the road by quite a distance. But there will be a chance for Michi to get that back and make some sort of inroads, but possibly a bridge too far. We'll have to see what happens over the next couple of laps. But great move there by Michi Hoyer, and as you allotted or alerted us to, the great camera angle looking back from the La Source hairpin down. I did wonder why he suddenly jigged, but obviously there's a car he was pulling it to pass. So. Yeah, Will Stevens, the real deal there, as we now look at Michi Hoyer in the Floyd by Collis car. Michi Hoyer, the real deal, as I said, Alpha Industries sponsor for that, and a little wry smile as we look back. These multi-screen pictures are fabulous, really, really great stuff. They give us a little look at the main screen. We see Michi Hoyer at
You don't have the onboard of Nico on your stream?
No, I think he forgot to press live when he started streaming. He sent me the link and everything, but it's not live.
Why is that? I've never got used to driving with gloves. I will say, when it comes to sim racing, the push for driving gloves...
And I only noticed when you were entering the pit lane, so I didn't want to minimize the game or anything.
No.
That's why a lot of
Better.
sim racing events smell a little bit. That's because everyone's taking their shoes off and it's just sweaty socks. Not ideal.
But like here just now.
Yeah, exactly.
This channel traction is
you need to be comfortable in the rig.
big, or what is it? Because I've never heard about it before.
I'm not sure. I think, but it's only my guess. I think someone just decided that there is a need for a sim racing channel and just started it. Like someone's pouring a bit of money into it. They got a host and everything, and just someone, you know, had an idea to create a sim racing channel. But it's not very big yet. So they are pumping out a lot of content.
Okay. I saw the real team car DNF'd. He didn't come back after. I don't know why.
Which car?
Winner of race 1, red light.
Yeah. He crashed in Blanchimont and lost his rear wheel.
He gave me a t-shirt once. For a team.
Okay.
It was a new one and not a used one after a sim event.
No, I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't go near it with a barge pole. He's won a lot in sim racing though. Michi Hoyer has won 4 races in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, as well as the R Factor 2 in the official competition. He won the R Factor 2 very first season of the GT Challenge Series for Burst in an Audi, and I distinctly remember him winning in wet weather conditions at Silverstone in the first race. So might look for Michi Hoyer, if he's still in that car, to go very, very well a bit later on. In GTE, Alan Terzic is into the pit lane for BS competition. Jordi Zviers and Rudy Van Buren both going at least another couple of laps later. I think Jordi Zviers has got maybe 2 more according to my sheet here, and I think Rudy Van Buren also 2 more, but Alan Terzic into the pit lane.
Yeah, we're looking at Jordi just now. Jordi Zviers on his sim rig there, driving the FDA Ferrari round the...
On ma jakąś pasę kierownicy, czego to jest? Profil wystaje, nie?
Chyba. Didn't want to see it. It does look like it's wrapped in cardboard. But whatever you're into, it's quite fine cardboard or chipboard, whatever it is. But I'm also watching, the camera looks a little bit loose around that end of the circuit. I'm just wondering if it's maybe temperatures maybe dropping there with the overcast coming in. Causing the back of the car, he was very much sideways into and through the Bruxelles hairpin, and there's
Jesteś na Zoomie?
Nie.
Poważnie?
Poważnie, zapomniałem.
Panie Dani.
I think a lot of it's just old tyres and the car's just getting a little bit tricky to drive, but hanging on to it quite nicely. By the way, to explain the car, but I don't know for sure, but I could take a wild guess that I'm assuming it's to do with branding in comparison to the team that he's racing for, of course, AF Corsa. He was actually one of the drivers that went off to, they raced, did AF Corsa when they did Le Mans Virtual. They all raced from Maranello. and he was one of the drivers that went out to Maranello to go and race for them. Obviously, all racing from home for this one. I think they might change that one up. If not, we'll put the pressure on. But they do change it up for Le Mans Virtual.
Do you think we could go to Maranello and broadcast from Maranello?
I'd like to.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Is that going to be the push?
I'll let you push that one to the powers that be. I'm just happy to be here and happy to be calling the race. But Jordi is currently leading.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, drive-through penalty car 11 for causing a contact with car 56. Drive-through penalty car 11 for causing a collision with car 56.
The fastest lap of the race in GTE with a 2:13.437. Still the fastest lap of the race. Who's that? Who's got that in the P class? If I'm not mistaken, is it? I think it's Rietveld actually, who said it very early.
That's why I can't find it.
At the bottom of the list. Yes.
O Boże, sorry, stary. Pamiętałem przed samym startem. I z tym streamem się zamotałem.
Also, here is Alan Tedge. You can see obviously the branded background, the Slovenian again race winner here in GT Challenge.
O, spoko.
In the second season when he was teammates with Yuri Zvier, said before, looking very calm and comfortable. Alan's a very talented and fast driver, driving for BS competition and actually finding a bit more love for sim racing. Struggled with it a little bit before joining BS competition. Was jumping from a couple of teams, looking to actually enjoy sim racing again. Joined the team after being asked by Florian Hasper, the team manager, to jump in, and has fit in very nicely. Did for the first few rounds though, when he was doing racing in Elsewhere, I love bringing this up, he had a yoga ball in the background which he had the BS competition logo stuck onto because he had nothing else to put the
yoga ball.
A yoga ball, yeah.
Okay. I don't own one of them. I've got a yoga mat, but I do not have a yoga ball yet. But I might get one if there's a BS competition branded one. You never know.
Yeah. Well, you just got to get a sticker and just put it on.
Yes.
Really
self-made branding. That's very much convincing me. Self-made branding. As we catch up with the BS competition cars, about to get done by the Red Bull Esports car, and that looks like is that Gordy Much is slipping by, going through Puong there as well. Still to see Jack Doon make his appearance in that Red Bull Esports car. Looking forward to seeing Jack get in that car, and I believe that is Gordy Much going round outside just now, moving out the way for the leader. So you can see just the difference, the prototype speeds to the GTE speeds. As we're on board with the BMW, we're on board with Terzic right now, who we were looking at just a minute ago. Bit of braking towards the back end there, back on the gas for Stavlo. Does he lift for the actual Stavlo corner himself? No, there was a slight
little bit.
I don't know if it's a lift or a breathe, actually.
It's like you release 10% from the top, just to make sure that, because obviously when you're doing it, it's all about weight transfer and stuff. If you lift off just that slight, it's not about not accelerating so much, it's about dipping the nose in so you can hook it into the apex a little bit.
Transferring the weight forward, the unseen weight, because if you do lift completely, you'll end up probably having a massive moment. They call lifted off, oversteer. Into the pit lane comes the Red Bull Esports car just now, and that will park itself up for a pit lane. Alex Seibel in that car, just now. And they are in pit lane. They're 3 laps down or so. I must have missed something that they had happening earlier on as we pick back up with the Panes car coming out of La Source. It's still Will Stevens in that car, and Will Stevens looking further up the road to try and get his eyes back onto the back if he can. Well, it's a big ask of Mitchie Hoyer.
Just noticed something, by the way. Position 4.
Team manager, car 1818. Team manager, car 1818. Please tell your driver to turn on the front lights immediately on. Team manager, car 1818. Please ask your driver to turn the front lights on, the headlights on immediately.
Running in a net second place. I'm not sure what BS competition have done. I'm pretty sure it's Felix van Delft who's on the wall, so I'll message him a bit later.
Were they due a tyre change? Have they maybe withheld the tyre change because they know there's rain coming and they don't need to throw a set of tyres at it right now? That could be a good move from the BMW guys as Lewis throws his pen down, picks up his phone and is furiously texting away on WhatsApp next to me now. I've never seen a man text so fast in my life. He's got fingers of fire.
To find out what is going on. I mean, you could be right. I mean, this is the thing, is that these teams will be taking risks. The tyres that may not go for 2 stints, 2 full stints in GTE. They won't do a double stint in GTE, but 1.5.
Oh, 1.5. Maybe that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, we see these are the permutations that we never looked at pre-show when we're all standing in here shouting at each other, saying this will be happening, that'll be happening. But
dobra, czas się wziąć, bo tak się rozproszyłem, że.
A man who Chris McCarthy knows extremely well from his karting days as a karting commentator and kart racer, which Chris McCarthy was a very good kart racer. As Gordy Much, I'm holding my breath there as he come through Eau Rouge and Laradion, he was not holding back to go past that BMW. I think that was a Team GB car, if I'm not mistaken, but a big power move from Gordy, not wanting to lose any momentum at all. 19 seconds is the lead for Gordy, much in his pocket just now, and he holds that over Kerkhoff in the Team Redline car, and it's Toman in the GPX Rebellion Williams car. The 22 car, which, if I'm not mistaken, does that have to pick up a penalty? Was that the car that's picking up a penalty? Did you write that down?
Oh no, I don't write anything down.
You don't write down.
Car 1414, car 1414, please turn on your headlights immediately. Car 1414, thank you very much, that was swift.
And the 91 car up behind Alan Terzic, as we were talking about, and that is an inspired move. But right now he is in an uninspiring place, because if you look
Car 1818, I'm still waiting for you to turn on your headlights, please. Car 1818, I'm still waiting for you to turn on your headlights.
This is going to be a pretty hard defence. Sage Karam and Kronke directly behind, hoping that the Porsches battle amongst themselves, but I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. Alan Terzic over to what will be the right-hand side of the track, left-hand side of shot, as Porsche's going to try and go around the outside. BS Competition going to try and hang on. Alan Terzic there, Sage Karam firing around the outside. Superior grip in the number 92 position change, and that will be up to a net P2 in GTE.
Co, nie mogą świateł włączyć, serio? Ciągle gada tylko.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, 111, 101, 111, black and white flag for a contact with car 51. Car 111, black and white flag for a contact with car 51.
Let's see what happens here. They're under big pressure just now from the second of the Porsche eSports cars, but if they're there, they're very much there. It does look a little bit like it's brightening up, Lucy. Is it just me, or have you lent on the remote control for the television and put the screen a bit brighter there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, no, don't worry. No, I mean, it can do it. It can chop and change a little bit. This is not saying that the rain is definitely not on the horizon. We are still expecting it quite soon. To be honest, I get the feeling that it might be a little bit too late for BS Competition. But as we know with Spa, and this is replicated very much in the simulator, rain can happen very, very quickly.
Oh yes, that will lull you into a false sense of security when you're out there in your sambas and your shorts, and before you know it, you're soaked to the skin as he goes for the outside in towards the bus stop. But Terzic has got this one covered. He'll run it deep into the corner as he does, and no room at the end for Kronke there, trying to get past as they come out from the bus stop chicane down towards the La Source hairpin. This could be a big move from BMW here. If he can hold on to this without you can tell the commentator's getting a bit nervous when there's a gap on inside there. Alan Terzic, so left just enough room there, not an inch more. There was a Porsche-sized gap there, but the 92 car of Kronke decided that he wasn't going to try and stick that through. As Fordzilla goes up the inside, that could have been an absolute disaster there at Eau Rouge, as Fordzilla come firing up the inside towards Eau Rouge and Radion. There, a bit of a flash of the headlights as if to say, what are you doing? But here we go. This is another hour in the books. Let's have a look at the highlights from Goodyear. Brought to you by Goodyear for the third hour. And the highlights, well, great stuff. We're away at the start of the race here, and it was the 70 car who was the race leader early in the prototypes. The 88 car took that one over Proton Competition, and they showed their class at the front of the field. It was going to be a matter of time, though, before the R8G car started storming its way through. The number 8 car was showing a great turn of pace as 12 slipped past 22 at the hairpin there. The real team car very much on a mission. Lots of onboard action, lots of issues. Bang! Into the barrier at the top of
No, powinien się nauczyć polskiego, nie? Najwyższa pora.
To be doing, but it's very easily done. The number 1 car of Louis Delatraz was getting himself very much rolling up the sleeves and getting stuck in there with everybody else as he could be. And again, it's the Rougier car, the R8G eSports car, who was in the battle. Will Stevens was then battling hard, and Will Stevens and the Panis car was round the outside of Delatraz there. It wasn't Stevens, it was just after that that Will Stevens managed to get himself into the car. The weather did look like it was starting to close in, but then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we've started to get a little bit of bright blue skies.
Kawy muszę wyciąć.
88 car, well, the 88 car has been having a jolly good time up the front of the GTE race. The 91 Porsche eSports car currently sits in 4th place. Martin Kronk at the wheel of that one, but business was very much as usual. A bit of opposite locking places you don't want. Then the Axel Sport car mounted the curb coming through Eau Rouge and the Radion. And that's what happened to it. Lost the front right wheel, managed to get the car back to the pits, and then off goes the other one as well into the other side of the track. Trying to drive back without a rear wing is never the best thing to do. Delatraz found himself in the lead after a few pit stops, and in the race, Clutch car managed to go off on the way in towards the corner with no name. The 15 car, just a little bit of exit curb, and we saw them having a pretty untidy run towards the grass there. We then had the Panis car all over the back. Mitchie Hoyer was really showing his class as well in this race. The FDA 51 Ferrari getting a little bit wide over the curbs there. And you can see just how different the speed is from a GTE car and a P1 car. Gordy Much took over from Aaron Yujovski in the number 8 car at the front, and we have just seen Sage Karam going round the outside of Alan Terzic at the top of the Kemmel Straight. Great move there, clean as a whistle, and it's a big roll of the dice for the BMW BS team competition. They are expecting rain coming soon. That was a good year. Our 3 highlights. We're now back live racing, and I'd love to welcome my own soul brother back to the commentary box. It's Chris McCarthy. How are you?
Yes, very good. It's been a very entertaining race, isn't it? It was good to go and get a breather, actually, because it was a frantic first couple of hours, and then any time there was a bit of a breather in the race, it all kicked off again, and it just means we haven't really had time to take a proper breath here at these 6 hours of Spa, but yeah, all going really good so far, and we watch the BMW team on our screens. Let's have a look back at a replay. So this looks like the Porsche going through, is it?
Oh, yeah, this was Sage Karam. This was I saw that huge moment he had, Chris, and I was thinking he was going to be under more pressure from his teammate behind, but he was getting a toe from the front, a bit of a push from the rear. Watch this, round the outside on Terzic at the top, but this is the difference between new tyres and old tyres. Brake, Karam round the outside, beautiful bit of stuff there, great stuff to go. In fact, I think that was an 81 car.
O, typowa sobota, sąsiad musi powiercić.
I'll tap your arm and go back to the seat of the desk. It sounded good.
No dobra.
Good catch as well.
Oni temnikodem czy nie goni? Goni chyba. Dobra ma tempo. 2.0300 zrobimy sobie. Bardzo dobre tempo.
Car 777, again a reminder on blue flags. Car 777, car 777, if you don't obey blue flags, we will give you a pit lane penalty to solve it. Car 77, you have no lights in the front or on the back. Car 77 must thank you for the headlights.
So they're trying to go 2.5 stints on the same set of tyres.
It's a big ask, isn't it? It's a big ask, but it's a
Ile tam jeszcze się pytam.
Martin Kronke, as we look at and see him at work, and you can see him just bracing himself going through the corner there. And you're probably thinking, why is he doing that? Well, after having driven one of these direct drive steering wheels the other day, you have got to have yourself wedged into that seat, or it will almost move you about the seat. The amount of force that comes back from those steering wheels. Martin Kronk, as we watch him going through the top part of the circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps just now. Lights on. The lights are starting to look a little bit brighter, you know, so maybe the clouds are starting to roll over, but myself and Lewis thought earlier on it certainly was brightening up there, Chris.
Well, here we go then, looking back at the battle for 6th place here. Our car in 6th place. You know, the rain is definitely coming at some point, isn't it? It's and I tell you what, Atsay Kirchhoff, since he's jumped in that car and Gordy Much has been in the RHE car, the gap is coming down. It's nothing to get too excited about just yet, but it's come down by 3 seconds already. So Gordy Much is doing a good job at kind of limiting that damage, but the gap is definitely coming. We look at Alex Arana there in the number 5, of course. It's not been a good day at the office.
Jak tam idzie naszemu GT-kowi?
Sadly, it's been another bad
P8 jadą.
so far for that
Za liderem.
Here is the Team GB team, making a going side to side with
Więcej chyba.
Wolves down the hill.
Tak o.
If I'm not mistaken, Arana, the
Podobnie jak tam.
5 car has got a penalty maybe coming its way, a time penalty as well. BMW Team GB going through there with Jack Keithley behind the wheel of that just now, beside one of the GR
Ale walka.
cars, side by side, almost a little overlap on the inside down towards Pouon.
Ty.
The Wolves had to do the right thing there, but there was a bit
Poszedł.
of movement on the brakes from Keithley there. That wasn't nice at all.
Big moment, wasn't it?
As they go through that area of the circuit just now, we're looking at the battle for 7th and 8th, the BMW Team GB and GR Wolf Racing.
Yeah, nice move for position, wasn't it? So BMW Team GB up to 7th, and here comes the Tesla car as well. So this is a three-way battle, isn't it, going on for 7th place, and the Tesla juniors, as I like to say, the juniors coming back up the order.
Chris, can I point out that 17-second lead that Gordy Much had last time, when you said it a couple of seconds ago, is now 15 seconds. So
it's coming down.
Yeah, I'm not saying the floodgates have opened, but there is a big gap behind Kirchhoff.
Yeah.
And Gordy has just got to get himself a good bit of running here. That's the most important thing. Don't do anything silly. Bring the car back in one piece, do your stints, and walk away with your head held high after the disaster he had at Monza. But as we look, race control there on the right of our screen just now. That's Lewis in front of the TV, Ben Ruster Turner in there as well. And they're looking at something on the replay. Now, is that what we've just seen happening there?
So one thing we do get is protests during the race from the teams as well, so they can put protests in, and race control can go back and look back at it. So it's something that race control, you can see over to the far left, they're just looking through what the teams have been sending in. If they think that there's if they bring their attention to an incident on track, they'll go back and look at it, obviously. Eduardo and Ben themselves are looking for incidents likewise, but camera, then teams can put a protest in and they can go back and have a look.
The juniors had me gripping the desk there, coming through there, as we're going to call him now, the 888 car. That was Timothy Andonovsky. That was a little bit, a little bit late. He's going to go for the braking manoeuvre, isn't he, up the inside of the 86 car. The 86 is late on the brakes as the Porsche though, but over one apex curb. Yeah, that was a good manoeuvre. That nice move from the Tesla car there. BMW will be happy with that one, as will Roman Grosjean as he goes through Malmende down towards the Bruxelles hairpin. Yeah, good move, that solid move. I've got to say the 86 car certainly didn't make it easy for them on the brakes there.
No, it was good, and you can see that the next car is only just up the road for them now. So this is really, really good driving from the RHG, the Tesla RHG esports team, who will now be trying to chase after Jack Keithley. We have to remember Jack Keithley
Andonovski.
a place there, so he's not going to be easy to catch at all.
Yeah, and looking back from the Tesla, the 14 car just about to go round outside. That's one of the Alpines. That's the race clutch Alpine, and round he goes. And he used his head there. He didn't need to try and go round outside and do anything.
Że flaga państwa.
Very clever on that manoeuvre. But has the 888 car got enough speed to catch up with Keithley? That will be interesting. A little bit of an inter-BMW battle there. The Tesla RHG esports car and the BMW Team GB car. Let's see how this one unfolds just now. Timothy Andonovsky as he heads towards
Kurde, Nikodem ma tempo, chłopak.
at this fabulous circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. The 88 car leads the way in GTE from the 91 Porsche, the 92 Porsche, and then the number 89 for Alan Terzic there. Alan Terzic still out there on those
No, tak, wydaje mi.
still
Lania
throwing the
właśnie.
dice, rolling the dice. The gap at the front still 15 seconds from our two leaders.
Martin Kroenke's got back past Sage Karam, so that's one that's just happened. The two Porsches swapping back places.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, drive-through car 777, drive-through car 777. Not respecting blue flags and causing 2 contacts in a row. Drive-through penalty car 777.
It's just not been a good season for them so far. It's just been a season that's really not meant to be, similar to the likes of WRT and Red Bull have had their moments in this race as well, so they're just trying to get themselves back up the order. Of course, Red Bull, who had a spin coming into the pit lane, and they're now trying to get ahead of Daniel Kish in that Jota car. Alex Siebel, very good name within esports, has done plenty and won plenty as well, and now trying to line up and move on the Hungarian as we go down to Bruxelles, and there we can see a late defensive, but
Panisy zjechały, dobrze.
Kish trying to get past the Tesla RHG car.
Yeah, Red Bull won't be taking.
Gdzie jest mi cicho, jak?
They're used to success. It comes at
Też zjechali już?
Red Bull. They have massive success in everything they do, and it's
Ja
just
przegapiłem.
not from them just now.
Koles jest Pedersen.
Whether they have well, they know what they're doing. Let's leave it at that. They'll maneuver drivers about to as and where they see fit.
They're an established esports team. It's not like, they may have been new. They've jumped aboard the Le Mans virtual Le Mans series
Jestem
this year, but
ślepy?
you know they saw how good it was. And there's a couple of
A, jest, no jestem ślepy, nie? O, jaja.
Red Bull are so established as a
No
team.
na P5 normalnie.
You know, they'll get up to speed soon enough. I think they're just, you know, they might be focusing more towards that 24-hour race, you know, using this to just get themselves ready for a maximum attack at that 24-hour. And, you know, if you win that 24-hour, you get $15,000. If you win this series, you get $15,000. So it's just a bigger reward money-wise.
FDA Ferrari at the top of Radion under huge
No.
pressure here.
A ten to jest ten 777, to jest Gietek, co jedzie na przedostatnim miejscu. 13 kółek w plecy od lidera Gieteku. Kamil, no okej, idzie, no jesteśmy tam w okolicach P7, teraz na P6, ale tam ktoś do pitu zjechał. Louis troszkę tam spadł parę miejsc. Czyli tak, startowaliśmy z P10, przebiłem się na P4 po 2 stintach, po kolejnych 2 stintach Louis spadł na P8. No i teraz Nikodem wsiadł i ciśnie. Za chwilę ma zacząć padać. Połowej dystansu niby miało padać, więc połowa dystansu już minęła. Podali tak, że że w 50% dystansu jest 40% szans na deszcz, i w sumie większa szansa, że nie będzie padało, a w 75% jest 90% szans na deszcz.
And the Red Bull car has now ahead of the Jota car as well there, so there's been a change of position in that one. That probably happened at the top of the Kemmel straight as well. We picked up with that. It might have actually happened going through the corners at that as well, the Malmedy corner, because and he's now already starting to pull away as they come down towards Puyong. I do like the Jota Sport colour scheme. I love the green colour scheme. The mirror image is what they have in the World Endurance Championship, Sam Hignett's team. Classy outfit, and if you're ever walking down the pit lane at a WEC event, the loudest, best music you'll hear always comes out from the Jota garage on a Thursday or Friday when the mechanics are, they're not partying, they're very much polishing, but it's such good music. Sam Hignett, whether it's his playlist, I don't know, but I do tend to, myself and Louise Beckett do tend to hang around Jota Sport just that little bit for the cups of tea and the good music. But look how the Red Bull has just disappeared here. It's just bolted from the Jota Sport car all the way around towards Blanchimont. Weather looks like it's maybe starting to close in for us a bit, Chris. It's getting darker. The lights have become brighter.
Yeah, you've got to start making your time now. Here's how it happened. Red Bull going past Jota, coming down the Kemmel Straight. Red Bull to the right of screen there, and they'll do the
Nico is doing quite good now.
Around the outside. We've seen this
Yeah, he's got good pace
today, this afternoon.
But it's so close. It's like everyone is similar pace.
Yeah, it's tricky. Hopefully we can get lucky with when it starts raining. People are putting 2-3 laps before us.
How it should be done without contact. If that had been me and you in there,
well, I don't think there would have been any cars emerged.
Yeah, so back up with the Red Bull cars. He comes
Policzyć paliwo, coś?
just now, and he's pulled away handsomely.
No,
Jota's
wszystko
car
wiem.
just now, Daniel Kish in that coming up towards the far end of the circuit. Let's just have a little look further down and see what's happening. Let's go back up actually and have a look at the leader. Well, Gordy Much is sustaining the pressure from Kirchhoff just now. It stayed at 15 seconds when it went down from 19 to 17 to 15. I got a little bit worried. I think you were as well, Chris. But whatever's happened, it might have just been bad stuff for it. In fact, there's a change because Gordy's coming to the pit lane there. Now that's quite early actually for Gordy Much, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it was that long ago he was in. In fact, time flies when you're having fun.
No właśnie, gdzie tam deszcz?
When does he box normally?
He should box on lap 95.
Drive through for contact with
Go into laps.
That's the Aston Martin
Okay.
there, the Aston Martin D station car coming through. It's the Oliveira in the wheel, or behind the wheel of that car. Just now getting a bit of a rap on the knuckles from Ben Rossiter-Turner, Lewis Edmondson and Eduardo Freitas, our race director, who is remote with us this weekend, but always in our ears. LMP, the prototype interval, 15 seconds is the gap at the front, we told you. Then a further 4 seconds back is the 444 by Collis car. Then it's the Rebellion GPX eSport car, 7 seconds back behind the by Collis Burst car. It's still tight for a 6-hour race, Chris. They're all still together.
You know, 15 seconds is not a lot of time, is it? And that was between the top two. Jesper Pedersen is now in second, but Gordy Much has got to get a good stop and make sure he gets out and puts a couple of good laps in. I'd say Kirchhoff, this is, you know, really his time on low fuel now. This is where he has to take advantage.
Yeah, when the sun shines,
No, jakby teraz zaczął padać.
Może
zawsze można.
Just trying to stay as far away from the two prototypes as they possibly could. That's a rocket sim car going through.
A kółka zjeżdżasz, nie?
No następny.
No.
Myślę, że zaraz zacznie padać.
Pamiętaj, żeby opony odznaczyć. Bądź gotowy, żeby sobie zaznaczyć łety w razie czego w ostatniej sekundzie. Budzenia czy coś tam odznacz?
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Driver of car 2, please be more careful when overtaking. Driver of car 2, please be more careful when overtaking. You just had a slight contact with car 51.
Too much apex curve, trying to pass somebody, put the car into the barrier, taking the wheel, race over. That is a big talking point just now, because the championship leaders are out of the race. There's about to be a change of position here up towards the top of the Kemmel Straight. Arana and Richards.
No dobra, paliwo bez opon, skrzydło 1, nie ma uszkodzeń.
Yes, he can, but no. But Arana just goes up and inside there in the Williams Esport. Good move that, Chris, and that was coming. You could sense that from the bus stop, actually.
Yeah, set that one up for a while, didn't they? And rewarded for being patient and just taking their time in making the move. See, the Mal Racing team have stopped as well. I'm not too sure if that was something that had already happened a little bit earlier in the race, but they have come to a stop, so we'll see what happens from there. Of course, they have to get back to the pit lane if they want to rejoin the race.
A flurry of pit stops as well. We've got there at the front, Chris Kirchhoff's in, Pedersen's in, and Mitchie Hoyer also in the pit lane. Gordy Much is on an outlap just now when Wisniewski takes the lead in the Rebellion GPX Esport. So these pit stops, I was just getting a little bit excited, buddy. I'm sorry, the time flies when you're having fun.
It does.
I'm watching the clock tick down, and I can't believe where the time is actually going to.
We think with 18, we're looking at 18, 19 stints, so under the 100 laps, just over 90 laps is when we're expecting these.
To prawda, no. No wiecie, no w zeszłym roku zobaczyli, że wszystko fajnie wyszło i po prostu w tym roku robią to samo, tylko że sezon cały.
I think is this Wisniewski? No, this is the 5. This is one of the other Williams.
Yeah, that's the one that's further down just now. That's Arena car, which we just saw making a manoeuvre last lap. There's Much at the top of the hill, so I was completely wrong. But Gordy Much has gone back into second place because Wisniewski still to make a pit stop in that number 1 Rebellion car. When he does, Gordy Much will get himself back to the top. Kirchhoff has come out ahead of Pedersen and Hoyer. Mitchie Hoyer has been on the move. When you were having your coffee break, Chris, trying to get something back inside your body, because like the sim racers have got to hydrate, so have you. But when you were doing that, Mitchie Hoyer was on a mission. He was passing 2 or 3 cars, so we're going to keep our eye on Mitchie. We've got a great in-depth from Lewis as well, just about how he has taken to sim racing and really cemented himself in that Bike Hollies team.
Yeah, and they're a great team. They proved themselves in the 24-hour race last year, and they've had a great start to the series this year. So, yeah, Bike Hollies going very well, and they've still got a great chance in this race as well. It's very much R8G's. It's in their hands so far with the lead that they have. They've just got to try and hold on to it, but we keep saying it. The weather is just going to make
No, to prawda. Fajnie, że udało nam się wygrać telemu.
Making mistakes has already been hard.
Mocny taki, wiecie, wszystko jest, nieważne co tam osiągnąłeś w karierze innego, poza tym Le Mans, to jesteś znany z tego, że wygrałeś Le Mans.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it was them, wasn't it, that chose the grass rather than the track, going down the Kemmel Straight. Yeah, good choice.
Not the thing you want to do. Wisniewski's in the pit lane just now.
No, po prostu wiesz, kierowcy wyścigowi ma już lepsze rzeczy do roboty niż bawić się w jakieś sim racingi, nie? To fajnie, no ale jednak jakby ich prawdziwe wyścigi są ważniejsze dla nich, tak? Ciężko, żeby jakiś Max Verstappen się bawił w takie rzeczy, nie?
That's 2 of them nearly coming together, wasn't it?
They both had big incidents as well at Eau Rouge. We saw the wheel coming off the prototype car, front wheel come off,
the rear wheel,
and he managed to get it all the way back to the pits and get a new one put on. But I would hate to see what the underneath plank looks like in that car now. But yeah, Gordy Much using his head, which was what the 10 car should have done better in the race.
We passed Stevens.
As we saw, didn't.
But the 5th round of stops has brought the gap down by 4 seconds. So
Nico is exiting the pits right now, so I'm not sure. We might have, yeah. I think we did.
Yeah, but we gained a lot in the
And
pits.
Hoyer as well, yeah.
In fact, they're going to drop down
Backward.
to 6th place. Theobald Casabon also going through, and perhaps Will Stevens in the Panis racing car will go through as well. So, Atse Kirchhoff is that
And we are
closer, but
4 seconds behind Jerry.
he responded on the last lap, brought the gap up to 12.4.
He did that, so let's see exactly what happens. We're hearing that 10 actually might appear to be...
Quite a few teams speeded a bit sooner now. Maybe they are just not saving fuel anymore because they think it's a rain or something.
So they can get some mileage,
Because everyone was speeding like a lap before us, and now they pitted 2-3 laps before.
Yeah, so especially the RAG, but that can be good if... Because if it stays dry, which I doubt, but it doesn't... Rain should be here already normally.
Yeah. I mean, it was 40% chance at 50% distance, so there's a bigger chance it doesn't rain, right? But
Yes,
it's
true.
90% at 75% distance, so surely it's gonna rain at some point. Hopefully on our...
Yeah, the thing is, our lap advantage can give us a example, a window that no one else has,
Yeah,
let's say.
exactly. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's, you know, they've really, the race is a bit of a write-off for them. You think they've got to be the team if someone can get
No,
when it gets to the
dokładnie, no tak jak Gibson pisze.
It's gotta be there,
Ja.
right? I don't
No,
know
z tymi
how
profami
you
ciężko, nie? Oni też, no, tak jak Louis wtedy na Le Mans to siedział i miesiąc bocił Le Mans tylko, nie? Nie miał nic innego do roboty specjalnie, tylko dzień w dzień walił LeAns. Teraz już nie ma tak różowo. No, fakt, że pojeździł.
Kazobo is still in the car, how is it possible?
Jeździł sporo. When did they swap? No. I guess this is his 4th stint or 3rd?
Well, 3rd at least, because he did 2 with me.
Yes,
Or they
fourth.
did 3 and 3, I don't know.
So 4th now, I guess.
Może nas Piotrek puścić?
Słyszycie tę wersalkę, czy nie? Wiadomo?
It really kind of is a bit of a Porsche benefit for first, second, and third in GTE just now with.
Ah, but they boxed 13 minutes ago.
I'm impressed with how Sage is getting on. Actually, didn't know how he would take to this, but he's got
doing very well, yeah.
two gamers in front of him, and he's the right now the only racer in the top 5.
And he's closing in on Kroenke as well.
Yeah, so I guess this is his 4th stint.
Fastest sexters kind of between them, and the gap is less than 5 seconds. So that's
It's like a
very
boxing
impressive.
match, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, not quite like the one we saw with Yiffy and Felix Rosenquist earlier. This one, they have a bit of space between them.
And Yiffy picked up a penalty for that as well. He
Oh,
got
did
a
he
10
actually? Yeah.
second penalty for that. Which
No,
will be
ja z Maxem miałem parę przygód.
since
Właśnie tak jak Gibson pisał.
Yeah, well, I heard there was a quite robust.
Nie skończyły się one za dobrze dla mnie.
Benito in this car, 10 laps. What we're looking at here, we've got Rudy Van Buren, Kevin Stiggy as well. So yeah, that shows you the breakdown of laps of when they have been in
Wiedzieli, może
the
być.
car for the BMW M8 GTE. So shame we don't see this car in the World Endurance Championship anymore. BMW came in, they had their program allotted time.
Chyba z nikim nie walczy jeszcze, Nikodem.
Them to hopefully stay on, but they left as
Blisko.
soon as they arrived, which was a great shame because.
Może się z nim upora, nie?
Had it had enough of the development phase thrown at it, we will never, unfortunately, know.
Well,
We miss them.
BMW are kind of backing all these teams really. You know, you have access to when you go onto BMW site. They link all the teams. They're pushing all the teams. So who knows if they go well in this, which they are so far, and if they do well when we get to Autosport show in January. Would it just spur them? Would they get the taste for Le Mans virtual and Le Mans again? Would that spur them on to potentially go after a World Endurance Championship
Once you
challenge
get the
again?
taste
Who
for Le
knows?
Mans.
Nie, restart nie był dla Alonso. Serwer się faktycznie skraszował, tylko że pozwolili Alonso wrócić do wyścigu, mimo że DNF-a miał tak naprawdę.
Right now, you know, the World Endurance Championship, so many people are joining up to it.
Yeah.
So if there's going to be a time,
The
come on
announcements
BMW.
Ale tam pozwolili mu wrócić, ale tracił już parę kółek, tam no jakby, no rozumiem, że wiecie, duże nazwisko, nie, więc będzie.
All these manufacturers coming in as we go on board with the Ferrari down towards.
Tutaj też tak w porządku robią, no każdy musi jechać z prosem, ale tam pros powiedzmy musi jakiś tam przejechać max godzinę powiedzmy w tym wyścigu, no tak.
Quite happy to use as much apex curb as he could throw.
Nie jest to jakieś takie irytujące czy coś, że ci prosi są.
Good race for them so far. You know,
Yeah.
Davey Pearl's, you know, he's a great esports driver. He's great in both, really.
No może czysto, z punktu czystej jakby rywalizacji, no to fajnie po prostu jak ja bym sobie z Nikodemem walił. Ja niczym innym nie przejmował, ale no.
A good race. I think this is
Teraz dzięki temu dużo bardziej popularne jest, że są ci prosi, więc okej. A Louis też jest bardzo w porządku, no ale wiadomo, że ciężej się jeździ z gościem, który ma prawie zerowe doświadczenie w simracing.
Because these are good teams, but they're just in numbers, they're quite poorly represented.
Yeah, you know, the FDA esports team backed by the Ferrari Drivers Academy, so they're all kind of academy esports drivers, and yeah, I just think they're getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on. You know, it's only 5 rounds, but it's a long season in terms of the amount of driving you do over the course of it. So there is David Perel to the right of screen. We saw him in the 24-hour race last year. He's here with the FDA esports team this year, and they're showing good pace. Who knows, would this car be quicker than those ahead in the wet? We'll find out when the rain comes down, because it hasn't really done that so far this season.
No, and the rain, as we have all said now, is definitely coming. But he looked very calm behind the wheel of that as well, didn't he?
Very serious. You know, if he was staring at you like that across a bar, you'd be quite intimidated.
Michaela Dorsikova sent us a message, and she's the team manager for ARC Bratislava in the World Endurance Championship. So it's in a picture of her very much involved in this, watching the team, seeing what they're up to. So hello, Michaela. It's good to know that you're watching and enjoying the broadcast as well as it comes to you just now. So what have we got on screen here? This is the number 1 car, currently tucked up behind the number 18 car, the 18 being the RAG Esport car.
No dobra, Nikodem, fajnie jakbyś go wyprzedził, ale tu nie będzie takie łatwe w tym samochodzie. Ciekawe, jak bardzo będą walczyć z nami.
I interviewed Will Stevens. It was like the first person I ever interviewed, and I got his team wrong.
Oh dear.
I think he was driving for Caterham at the time, and I said Mana or Marusha, I was just good at the time, and he didn't actually say anything, and then he told me after. And then he moved to Marusha, so I was like, well, I can read the future.
It, you know, you're preempting his future. He just didn't realise it at the time.
Yeah.
On board.
I'll get his team name right. This Panis Racing.
Yes, yeah, his teammate is Panis Racing. Yeah, so we're on board with the Rebellion GPX Esport car number 1 just now. That's Wisniewski just now as he comes onto the straight, which round towards Blanchimont, one of my favourite corners. He's chasing Casabon in the RAG Esport car just now, and flat out all the way into here, no hint of a lift whatsoever. That's where the real team hydrogen racing car went wrong, and they caught the curb on the inside there. It pitched them across, and it removed one of the back wheels, and that was all she wrote for that number 70 car. And that's big news, because that came in here as championship leader, Chris.
Yeah, and you know, they won that first round very convincingly as well. They controlled the race from the front. They started in 4th place and worked their way through, and they were having to deal with a lot of pressure, even though it was from a long way back in terms of distance on track. You know, there was a chance of them being caught at a very quick rate. So, you know, I think the way that they drove that first race was very good, and you just wouldn't expect a team that did such a good job like that at the first race and was so calm and composed to then go and throw it away with a crash.
Nie może jechać do końca, bo wsiadł na 3,5 godziny do końca, a maksymalnie 3 godziny można przejechać. No z P4 spadliśmy, bo Louis jechał. I po prostu miał troszkę gorsze tempo i go doszli z tyłu. Na P8 byliśmy, ale Nikodem teraz już odrobił tę pozycję. No, Michi widzę, że sporo czasu straci za nami. 4-4.
Project One Mentos livery. It's been around for a couple of seasons now, and it's a very prominent. Looks good.
A, szansa na P1 bardzo mała. Chciałoby coś tam się stać. Deszczu. Na podium patrzę. Tak, no ja wsiądę na koniec.
Hello, that's not a new phone, is it?
No, it's not. It's my water bottle. Sorry. just put that out of the way.
Yeah, just a small racing incident to clean up. No, of course, it came down to 12 seconds, and then it's come down by a couple more since then. So, Atsej Kirchhoff is closing in, and there is Atsej Kirchhoff.
No będzie deszcz, no ma 90%, tak podali, że 90% szansa deszcz. Po 75%, czyli 25% wyścigu to jest 1,5 godziny. Na godzinę maksymalnie powinno padać. No, te zmiany mamy takie ni w kij, ni w oko. No bez sensu, że ja 2 razy wsiadam, ale po prostu Luiego chcieliśmy odbębnić przed deszczem. No a też nie chcieliśmy, żeby startował w wyścigu, nie? W tym kociole całym. Tak wyszło, no. No fajne jest chyba tam automobilista, tam w Expo trochę pojeździłem.
The 2013 iRacing World Championship runner-up as he was, and in his little screen on the side there. I'm now going for the 3-screen epic. I do like that little move of the hair. That's cool as you like. Do you think he knows on camera? Just sorted the hair out before he comes into pre-on, just as easy as you like.
Yeah, he was part of the lineup last year with Gregor Hutu as well, with Lando and Max. So you know, he's a very high figure at the Team Red Line, and like you said, he's raced on the world stage for years now, and was a runner-up on a World Championship in 2013. So yeah, Atsej Kirchhoff.
Cały dzień przed kompem w sobotę, to chyba na CS zabraknie czasu. Nie no, R2 zdecydowanie. Race Room to jakbyś się spytał, czy R Factor 2, czy R Factor 1. Race Room to jest F1 na stryda.
Very experienced challenge of Atsej Kirchhoff.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's the interesting thing about the
Race Room jest, ma niektóre fajne rzeczy, jest po prostu taki nieskomplikowany, no wsiadasz i walisz. Na 110% i przy wygrywa. No wiesz co, Karol, ciężko tak ogólnie coś powiedzieć. Break jest bardzo ważny w większości samochodów.
Drive to what they can do and not overstep the mark, not overstep the ability and make the mistake of trying to drive as quickly as the sim drivers. As difficult as that may be, Chris, they still have to do it. There's our leaders at the bottom of the screen, our 8GE sports car from Team Redline and followed by Colles Burst. So 101 laps in the book, 10 seconds back is second place, and then 15 seconds back is third place. It is the top.
W LMP2, wiesz co? Że LMP2 teraz miał update'a, który chyba jest tylko w tej serii Le Mans i chyba wyjdzie dla publiki niedługo, no to zależy czy dasz. W tej wersji, która jest teraz dostępna dla publiki, no to ważne, żeby przód ustawić tak, żeby był podkładkami się bawić z przodu, nie? Żeby nie dobijał, ale żeby było możliwie nisko i wtedy mega gripa ci to daje.
Car is that though? Because one of the Protons was in the pit lane for a while, getting a bit
It's the leaders. It's the lead Proton.
The leaders are coming in, so they are.
That's early. We've been seeing them just stop on the hour, and Dane Warren is in 26 minutes early in this case.
Especially Chris, if there's rain coming.
Leaders boxed again.
Why would the pit just now?
Sorry?
Doesn't make any
Leaders boxed again.
With fuel, which I can't see.
Is that too early?
Oh no, that's GT leaders, I think. Yeah. I was watching the stream and all the leaders beating on the timing.
Yeah, but Gordon matches in the pits, no?
No.
But he has the blue.
That's the mark that he's
Leader.
the leader. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think. You know,
I'm going with you because you said it, and it must be right because you said it with a bit of conviction. You know.
Let's just say if it's wrong, then I take all the hit for it, right? You know, Les Lewis.
Ustaw Karol tak podkładkę, żeby samochód. Bo ona, nie wiem, czy z Moteka korzystasz, no w Moteku jak ci ride height pokazuje 20 mm, to znaczy, że samochód już zaczyna dobijać. Więc musisz tak podkładkę ustawić, żeby w tych najszybszych zakrętach jednak, wiesz, nie dobijał, nie? Na 20 mm, żeby jedział na podkładce, na 21 mm powiedzmy, tak?
I come back in 10 minutes.
Dives up the inside. That's a late dive, side by side with the 66 Ferrari. Pushes the 66 Ferrari wide. He's made himself lame on the exit. Here comes the Red Bull car round the outside. Never going to do that through Puong. I don't care who you are or what car you're in. That's never going to happen, Chris. So the best thing he could do there was just dive in the back. But this is not finished as they come up towards Lafania now to go through this area of the circuit. But it looks like the Jota car has managed to just hold at bay just now, the Red Bull.
Yeah, good driving from Jota. They just hold off, but you feel it's only a matter of time before Alex Siebel's just got more pace in that car before they're going to go through. And they've caught one of the Porsches is out, or is that the Axel car at a pretty bad time? It is the Porsches who they caught the 91. And here comes Alex Siebel. Just be careful if you're going to do it down the inside of Blanchimont. Don't throw it away like we saw earlier. And backing off in the end there was Siebel. But looks like he's about to make his move now. Going down towards the bus stop. Siebel pulling to the outside. Kish defending the inside, through the bus stop we go, and Siebel, I think Dunk setting this one up down for the camel straight.
Yeah, I think so. He could have maybe forced it through there, but not to be. The 88 car has come back out on track with Dylan Pereira behind the wheel of that now, the Aston Martin driver, who we see racing with Ben Keating. The name lost me for just a minute there. So in WEC, so he's in GTE Am. But yeah, Chris McCarthy. Look at the smile. Oh, look at the smile on the face of Siebel just now as he comes down towards Oru Shru-Loradion. He's gritting his teeth now. He's got a bit of a smile. He's having a little bit of a chat on the radio. This is very much on for the Camel straight here. He's tucked in the slipstream. He pops out towards his teammate who we can't see.
No i widzicie, kurde, jadą simracerzy i wszyscy jadą tym samym tempem, nie? Tam, gdzie Nikodem dostał samochód, tam więcej jedzie, no. Ktoś tam nadrabia, no ale no nie da się nadrobić nagle 20 sekund. Jeden z nich. Tylko te chmurki już takie są i są, no. Ciekawe.
As he come back towards the corner with Norim, a little side-to-side kiss, but finally he gets that move done, and that took 4 or 5 corners, Chris McCarthy. That was sensational.
He was enjoying that, wasn't he? It was good to have that triple camera view of it. Really, really good stuff.
And the other Red Bull car very much almost in the mix of that as well there.
Yeah. So swamped by Red Bulls were the Jota team there as Alex Siebel is definitely enjoying himself out there, and that's good to see. They may not be in a position where they're going to score big points, but at least they are having good fun and they're going to be learning as they go. Going back to the leaders, gap is 10 seconds, so Gordy Much, a slight response from him.
Yeah, good response from Gordy Much there. So we thought that car was an early, and we both put our necks on the line for that. Lewis has told us it's absolutely fine.
Thanks, Lewis.
They always pit 2 laps before the 91 and the 92. So there you go. Maybe 1 lap shorter than before, but maybe that means you could have a bit of a quicker one with the fuel going in. So there you go. Thank you very much. They've done 23 laps on the last one now. And it's the World Endurance Championship GTE Am driver Dylan Pereira who has now picked up the reins of the 88 Proton Competition Porsche. And he's out back on track, 6th place in the GTE, 26 overall. Out of the La Source hairpin we come as we pick back up with the man himself there. Is that one of the Wolves cars? Down towards the Bruxelles hairpin, that's the number 86 car, and that's who we were looking at earlier on. That's Nick Foster in the GR Wolves car. He's about to be taken over by the 5. The 5 slips past and uses
No ciężko tak, wiesz, problem jest taki, że on też jest mniej regularny, nie? Więc powiedzmy na tym dobrym kółku, no bardzo mało odstawał, no wie 30. Ale robiliśmy powiedzmy tam w 1/10, w 2/10 czasy, no to wiesz, on raz dobrze, raz pół sekundy gorzej, raz tam sekundę gorzej, znowu dobrze, tak wiesz, no pomniejsza regularność. Więc powiedzmy między 0,3 a sekundę, no wszystkiego kółka się myśli.
Yeah, well, it's it's just they're having a really, really good. Wolves have just. The backing that they've given this team is great, and when they did it for the 24.
No to Stins ma 19 kółek, no to sobie przemnóż.
Really exciting news around the event that top Premier Leagues, one of the top sides, up and coming sides, Wolves back this team, and to have them continue that into a full series is great, and the fact that they've got them in the stadium, it's absolutely awesome.
You're jealous. You're very jealous. So. With 2 hours 20 minutes to go, we've now got an interview with Ryan Cullen, which Crystal held for us. So let's go and catch up with Ryan and see exactly what he said to Crystal.
Ryan, thanks so much for catching up with us. To start, what do you love the most about racing?
Definitely the racing part. Secondly, the getting into the race weekend and working and making.
Na pełny ekran musieli gościa dać, nie?
Team sport.
Nie wiem o co chodzi, ale strasznie duże mam dirtier za LMP-kami.
The actual racing of the car against other.
Ciekawe. Z LMP-kiem to ja nie miałem prawie wcale.
What are you enjoying so far about Le Mans Virtual Series?
Do przód zajechałeś.
The most. So far I'm enjoying the way it's all conducted.
Z LMP-kami to ja nie miałem prawie wcale, za GT-kami tylko. Może przód zajechałeś.
What it means and what they're trying to do, and the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions.
Dobra, cicho, bo będę go robił teraz.
Walka o prowadzenie może być. Walka o P5.
Or you can change setups if you want, but you have to work out like it is in real life what you have to do to win the race, and I've been impressed with how realistic and how they're trying to get as close as they can to the real thing. And working
Walczymy o P5 właśnie, Kometa.
getting on with everyone here in my team.
Manager car 10, team manager car 10, your car has no front and no rear lights on. Please turn on the headlights and the rear lights immediately. Car 10 must turn on the headlights and the rear lights immediately.
Exactly what I said on my tweet.
Thank you very much, car 10.
The clip I
Tego nie
showed,
porobi.
the rally driver giving it everything. It's difficult for some people that say this sort of thing to not realize, you know, it's a sport. But yeah, it's for me it's the best.
Też tak się ten stint ułożył dla Louiego niestety, że wiecie, no powiedzmy, że on tracił pół sekundy na kółko do mnie średnio przez cały stint. No i ja bym jechał sobie na P4 cały stint, a przez to, że on tracił te pół sekundy, to go doszli z tyłu, no i na niektórych kółkach tracił 2 sekundy na walce. Wiecie, dużo więcej stracił, nie? Niż by jakby czyste tempo wskazywało, przez to, że właśnie go doszli. Tak, no ale to też mówiłem to parę razy, jak ja mu pojechał lepsze kwale i nie musiał się z P10 przebijać, no to tak byśmy mu oddali samochód, że żeby go nie doszli, no.
Like Lewis said, we're in the fourth phase of stops now for GTE, but you know, I'm sure they would have been trying to hang on as long as possible because the rain is on its way.
Well, where is the rain, Chris McCarthy? The rain is it in an Uber or is it? Where is it? Because if it's in an Uber, it's taking its time to get to Circuit de Spa.
I don't know, man.
To get to Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, it's clearly going via Luxembourg to come here. So
Ty teraz chcesz wejść, czy ja mam jeszcze jeden zrobić?
Jeszcze jeden, ty.
I was going to say, imagine it never rains now.
Here's us building up the weather. But the thing is, we can only go with what the weatherman tells us, you know. And we always, if you were going to come back as one thing in life, you would come back as a weather forecaster because you can never get. You can never, you know,
the weatherman's
never
gone.
Yes, there is.
He said all that and left. So.
Yes. No, we get told in our ears exactly how the weather is going to change and if there's going to be any precipitation coming. So yeah, we'll go with whatever.
Kurde, nie wiadomo co z tym deszczem, zaraz pewnie będzie padać.
Dobrze, nie wymyślisz, no. Zacznie, to zacznij. Coś muszę tu pokombinować, ale nie chcę teraz, wiesz, gorzej zrobię.
The World Endurance Championship last raced here at the start of May, and we got hit pretty hard by I'm going to say a shower of rain, but it was an incredibly big shower of rain at the very start of the race. So much.
No, na Le Mans to jeszcze nie wiadomo, czy będzie jechał Louis czy Raffaele Barrichello. I czwartym będzie Michael Romanidis z Williamsa.
If it rains, the rivers are the biggest thing the drivers will have to watch for aquaplaning. The bottom of Eau Rouge, the top of Eau Rouge, the top of Stavelot, the top of the Kemmel Strait, and in towards Pouong area, and also the Stavelot. The water clears off the track pretty quickly, Alan says. It's a surface that gives you a bit of grip, but it's these rivers that will catch the cars out if it's heavy enough rain. So I think we're going to car park the rain chat, Chris, for the next while until I actually see wipers going on and stuff bouncing off the actual pavement. And we'll just watch this battle. It's 0.3 of a second.
Coś to jeden warning miałem.
Really held up that car going through there. That was behind the Proton car.
Teraz?
Coś to jeden warning miałem. Taki idiotyczny.
In terms of GTE, BMW BS competition have remained out. Likewise, Redline, of course, the last phase of pit stops we saw, Redline were pretty much the last team to come in, and it put them in the lead for a while. So they remained out on circuit. So we'd expect that to happen again on this round of stops. But all the top Porsche guys have been in for their fourth stop.
Oni za jakieś 3 kółka powinni zjeżdżać przed tobą.
As we catch up with ARC Bratislava, who we haven't really seen on screen very much, but Michaela will be very happy with this just now, and it's Stofko who is
To niezły deszcz.
just now. Jakub Stofko comes up to the top of the.
Nagrody są takie, że masz na klasy podzielone oczywiście. Taka sama pula dla GT-ków, taka sama dla LMP. Masz pulę na sezon cały. Masz pulę tylko na Le Mans, taką samą. I za wygranie sezonu jest tam $15,000 dla zespołu i za wygranie Le Mans też jest $15,000. Jest tam 12,5, 10, tak wiesz, spada. Do P10. Więc wygranie Le Mans ważna sprawa, jak tam za Le Mans jest najwięcej punktów jeszcze w sezonie.
they might be down the field a little bit here, but that's because they've
Oh.
had they've had a bit of bad luck in this race, to say the least. But they're a big outfit that race all over the place, don't they?
Yeah, and definitely a good outfit to have in the World Endurance Championship. I look forward to seeing them at the final couple of rounds in Bahrain in a couple of weeks. But that's in a couple of weeks' time. This is where we are for the Le Mans Virtual Series just now. And there is Jakob Stofko on the right.
No, wiesz co, pula jest $250,000. Więc to się tak wydaje, tylko że wiesz, wydają się średnie, dlatego że masz na 4 podzieloną, no bo na sezon i Le Mans i na 2 klasy jeszcze. I jest bardzo wyrównana pula, czyli wiesz, nie masz tak, że zwycięzca dostaje 50,000, a kolejny 10, tylko masz wiesz 15, 12,5, 10, 8, tak jest. Każdy dostaje sporo kasy, nie? No ale tak się, jak tak się patrzy na nią, to się nie wydaje, tak, że nie wiadomo ile, nie? Jeszcze do podziału. Ale jak ktoś wygra Le Mans i tytuł przy okazji, $30,000. To jest sianka, nie mało.
That's a good point. You know, I wonder if a lot of these drivers did have a strap that they won't be able to change. Will they have different glasses? Will they wear contacts? What will they do?
I know Lando Norris does wear. I think he wears some glasses there. Sort of the.
Well, you can get certain glasses which will take the glare off the screen.
I think he has a pair.
But you have to also remember that you tend to sweat when you're doing this. So if you've got glasses, normally we can see Jakob there. He kept on pushing his glasses up because they're sliding down his nose. So maybe a little bit of a strap round the back would help him and keep them in one place. As we look, the leader now, Gordy Much, has only a 6-second lead.
No, to oczywiście zależy, jak to tam jest dogadane. Akurat nie mamy jakichś tam teraz premii za... Ale wiadomo, że jarowo też fajna sprawa. No, kaska za mistrzostwa jedno, ale tak jak za Le Mans tam nie było w ogóle puli, nie? Ale PR-owo, wizerunkowo, no to... Budujesz swoje
Manager car 86, state 6, your headlights are turned off. Your headlights are turned off.
Budujesz swoje pozycje i w
Please turn them on. Car 86 must turn on the front headlights.
Widzę niezłe ja. Ale jak nie będzie padało, to dużo zespołów będzie musiało na dolewkę zjechać, więc i tak super dla nas.
To niech nie pada.
Don't fight it too hard, you know. I don't think that's what you want to do, because let's remember there's less than 40 seconds between the top 6, and that's because someone's come into the pits. It was the top 7, so you don't want to turn that into a fight and then allow Jesper Pedersen, who has Yuri Toman 4 seconds back, and then a further 10. It's Wisniewski and Stevens. So yeah, I think he has to be sensible.
Thibaut Casabon and Josh Ladd both in the pit lane. In fact, that Casabon has now handed over to Capit. Yes. So that's a big change there, and he's on an outlap just now.
Thank you, car 86.
Sunny conditions here at Spa-Francorchamps. As we'll keep rolling with 2 hours and 11 minutes of this race remaining. It's the 6 hours has gone through so incredibly quick, Chris. It really has.
Yeah.
It's the old saying goes, time flies when you're having fun, and the good thing, everybody here has a great time. The whole organisation that we're involved with.
You're going in the car now, Kuba?
Się zlękłem jak szok.
No, Nico does one more.
So you got triple? What? Well, he did only one so far, Nico?
He's finishing his second stint.
So he will do triple.
No, he will change for fresh tires, and then it's probably gonna rain, so I will take over the car for rain.
Ah, okay. Alright,
If not, then we'll think about it.
Yeah.
Very much not shy to using as much as it possibly can.
Sun has come out now, so...
Yeah, I see.
But if it doesn't rain, that is great for us as well, because...
we are good on fuel.
Ile stintów zostało?
That RAG car boxed already for some
To
reason.
nie lepiej, żebyś ty może wszedł i na medach wszystko przejechał?
If he does a few good laps now, he will...
Wait, because I'm talking to Nico. No, ale nie da rady 3 stintów na medach.
knows this car very well. Does Mitchell de Jong, and he's in that number.
Mogę wsiąść teraz jak chcesz, to nie ma problemu.
Wiesz, no może akurat nam się uda.
Ale nie, no nie no, trzech nie przejadę, to na pewno się opłaca zmienić te medy. Ale wiesz, no mogę wsiąść tak czy inaczej, to już jak ty uważasz. Tempo masz zajebiste.
Serio? Wydawało mi się żałosne.
I wszyscy inni też mają dobre tempo, no ale widzę, że dobre czasy robisz.
Yeah, that's the Autosport Porsche that he's just managed to sneak past. Yeah, the Axel one as he's gone past Mitchell de Jong as he gets a nice clear run down through the first set of corners. Now, is this Gordy Much you're picking back up with? No, it's very much not Gordy Much.
Yes, heat, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, heat. But I was looking back to the top of the times there, Chris. 5.2 seconds is the lead. Gordy Much will now be getting a. You'll be seeing Kirchhoff in his mirrors at certain points as he comes through, and that's just enough to unsettle.
No nie wiem, 3 kółka jeszcze.
But he hasn't caught Gordy as quickly as I actually anticipated. I expect him to catch him and reel him in very quickly.
Ale ja nie mogę wsiąść teraz, bo 3 godziny przekroczę.
A, okej.
Maybe 2 or 3 seconds went the wrong way in the pit stop, but yeah. Young Gordy, after the disaster that was Monza round 1 where he spun the car and then was collected, really is cementing himself as a real world racer here. I mean, you just have to look at the names we've got there. Gordy Much, real world racer. Everybody else, all the way down to 11th place, Will Tragertha. Everybody else, sim racers and professional sim racers at that.
No dobra, to jadę dalej, no co.
This season, of course, he's racing British GT as well. Good, I'd still say up and coming driver. I'd still say he's got a long way to go. Good to see Will Tragertha here racing with us this season. And then, as you said, he's the next one along. So yeah, you know, Gordy Much doing a great job. I think he's just got to get to the end of his stint after what happened last time. If he comes home in second at the end of his stint, that's absolutely fine. You know, it's a lot.
No, będziemy chcieli go jako prosa na Le Mans. Bo na Le Mans trzeba 2 prosów i będziemy próbowali jego mieć jako prosa. Tam pojeździł chłopak, no to starczy. Licencję ma wyścigową, profesjonalną.
David Pearl in the pit lane just now in the FDA Esports Ferrari. The number 51 car has pitted, and he'll be getting a new set of boots on that, if I'm not mistaken.
No, wiesz co, przed sezonem to te warunki mieli takie konkretne, że właśnie nie wystarczy mieć licencji, tylko trzeba ileś tam wyścigów na odpowiednim poziomie przejechać, żeby właśnie tacy prosi jak Nikodem, że są simracerami tak naprawdę, nie? Żeby właśnie nie byli jako prosi.
Is it worth to think to triple those tires?
No, you can't triple them. It's not worth it.
Okay, because he's still doing 207 last lap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that would drop off quite a bit.
Okay.
207 is an awesome lap.
Sorry?
That is an awesome lap, 0.7. No, ale nie dokończyłem, ale chyba się zorientowali,
like
że
this
już...
we will end up in front of... Ah no, Capet is doing 204.
We'll see. Yeah, they've got fresh tires now, obviously, the guys that pitted, so... Zorientowali się, że wiecie, Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso już nie będą chyba jechać w tym roku i nie mogą aż takich wymagań stawiać, bo po prostu prosów tylu nie będzie chętnych. Poluźnili te wymagania.
It's Ben Keating anyway. Yeah, lovely guy, Dylan Pereira, as he makes way for the Panes car to go past him just now. So the Proton competition car, the number 88 car, it's been an interesting race for him. Dylan finds himself in second place just now behind Enzo Benito in the BMW team red line car, number 71 leading the way. And yeah, you can see he's got his sim rig. He's got quite a few screens here. He's got an extra screen which I've never seen on some.
Change a lead.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Kirchhoff's
got past Gordy Much, so
by 4 seconds as well, and that's because Gordy Much has come in.
Gordy's in the pit lane, yeah.
So he's brought it home into...
He's done exactly what he needed to do, Chris.
Yeah.
And we've both decided that that's exactly what Gordy... And he'll be able to be happy with that one, and whether he hands on, whether it's a driver swap. Yes, it is, or is it? We've not seen a driver swap as of yet, but we'll keep our eyes on that timing screen. But yeah, Dylan Pereira had an extra screen right above his head for giving him all the timing screen, effectively what we can see on a television. So just getting a little bit more information that he can use at his disposal, because if it's there, Chris, you've got to use it. That's the big thing. Gordy Much still sits in that car, the number 8 car, in pit lane just now. No driver change as of yet. Marcel Chinchik is on an outlap for the GPX
Marcel przed...
Williams team
Dobra.
in car number 22.
To dziwne, już się zmienili?
So Kerkhoff has now got clear track. He needs to really get the hammer down because yeah, I'm not going to mention the weather again. He needs to get the weather down. He just needs to go because it looks like a lovely day out there, to tell you the truth.
I think it looks just fine, doesn't it? Particularly for Spa. We've seen it look a lot worse over the past few weeks. So
haven't we ever? Yes. And well, of course, Dylan Pereira. Now I think that was possible. I'm going to put that down to connection.
Tak, no. Teraz się nie przymykają samochody. Parę mi się pomyliło.
He's gone through pool just as quick as he normally would. As we come back with the competition BS car, the BMW, and he's chased by the FDA Sport. Oh, big sideways through the heart of Rouge. That was the compression, the car turning, and that's just where rolling tyres can catch you out. Incredible that he managed to save that before he got to the top of Roradion. And turned a horrible way that you wouldn't want to turn.
Yeah, change position, that's well, wasn't it? Heinrich and just got past Davy Perel. So
how many laps he has left?
Team manager car 51.
One or two.
Team manager car 51, please tell your driver to turn on the headlights. Car 51 needs to turn on the headlights and the rear lights also.
Because they expected rain to be coming in. They threw the lights at a wall and didn't know what numbers were going to come back. They expected it to be kind of possibly moist by now. And let's see what happens. They are they're still out there, but we think they're
Ostatnia.
double and a half stinting their tyres just now. So let's see exactly what happens for that number 89 car. They have just got past the FDA Esports Ferrari, and Kerkhoff and Pedersen are both in the pit lane. Wisniewski goes back to the top in the Rebellion GPX.
Thank you for car 51 and the lights on.
Też jakby tak się zastanowić, to chyba w żadnym innym simie nie ma kolizji w picie. Racing nie ma, w ACC nie ma, w Race Roomie nie ma, tylko Maceton nie ma. Nie zastanawiałem nad tym. Taki nie z tymi kolizjami, no tak z jednej strony fajnie, realistycznie i nie wiem, rzeczy się nie robi, tylko trzeba też uważać w picie, ale z drugiej strony wiesz, ktoś wjedzie do boksu, przed tobą i cię zablokuje, czy wyjechać nie możesz, to i żadna twoja wina, a tracisz na tym, nie?
Dobra, pełen back med.
Zgadza się. Chodzenia wyłączone.
Tak.
It was a very good save, wasn't it? So credit to Davy Perel there in the FDA car. He's lost a good 5 seconds out of that though, so Davy Perel with a bit of work to do. That said, he's got 40 seconds in hand over anyone behind, so he at least has a big gap behind him. Looking towards the leaders, we are cycling through the pit stops within the prototypes. Chinchik, having been in, has just jumped ahead of Michi Hoyer, who is also in the pit lane, along with Nuno Pinto for Team Fordzilla. Jerne Simoncic for Floyd by Collis has jumped in as well, and Atse Kerkhoff is in the pits, or is coming out of the pits in that red line car, so remains
Gdzie wyjedzie Nikodem?
Remember you were mentioning sports buff earlier on?
Oh yes.
Yeah, let's put another bit of a push for sports buff there. There will be further competitions as well and prizes at every round to come from sports buff, but yeah, got to get involved with that.
Yeah, so basically you can go on to, or wherever you're watching from, let us use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. You can see in the bottom left of your screen. If you're watching on Twitter or Facebook, let us know what you're thinking and who you're cheering on, but also if you go and watch on Twitch with Sports Buff, that's Sports Buff, you can win yourself a Thrustmaster T248 wheel. All you need to be doing is watching on Twitch.
You've got to be in
you
it,
can
yeah.
even send your questions and comments in from there as well. And yeah, you should go and watch on Sport Buff in your break.
I'm going to do
you
that.
never know, you might win
I'm
a
going to
wheel.
go and walk a few laps of the car park outside.
2 godziny do
Listen to you
końca.
guys in my ear. So we've got the highlights coming up in just 1 second time. And this
Będziecie podciąć tam na nowych oponach, no ciekawe gdzie wyjedziesz.
It's been an epic one at Spa. It really is, and there's still plenty of action to come.
Yeah, it's been, well, that's going to be 2/3 complete. 4 hours now down, 2 to go here in the 6 hours of Spa. And all Garand are going to be the highlights from the 4th hour, as we have had a fantastic race so far. Proton were the one that got into the lead early on. RAG in that number 8 car made an
Oh, we had a good stop.
fantastic start to the race as well.
It will be tight.
We had a bit of side by side coming through Bruxelles there with the
Fingers
number
crossed.
1 car. This was when the Porsche went round the outside of the BS competition car. The BS competition car very much getting ganged up
He's ahead.
on there by the 92 and the 91.
We need to wait for sector 1, I think, but...
Ah, he's not.
Shit.
Coming up the hill there, but then they would go ahead and take
But gap to leader is much smaller.
BS competition car going down to late.
Najgorzej.
Back on board with
Ajajaj.
the RAG car, just clearing some traffic from the
Capet is fast, no?
Yeah, he's very good.
Brave move into Puon, past the,
We can come back
G
together.
All-Star. That was the Team GP in Tesla RAG Esports going down the inside here ahead of Wolves as they continue to try and climb up the order after a bad qualifying yesterday. Then we had a position switch.
Brakło mu, no, pół sekundy, kurczę, żeby już być przed listą.
It seems as if they've been working together so far today. This was when Red Bull and Jota, it may have been for 15th, but they were still battling very hard there. Red Bull trying to get through into 16th place, and they did it round the outside there, round Malmedy. Good move that. Jota would then go down the inside at the next corner.
Ale ogólnie sporo zyskaliśmy do wszystkich. Jeszcze masz teraz nowsze opony.
Once more as they were on the outside of Puon, it would have been a brave attempt. They backed out of it on that occasion. Jota hung on. Then we had the next phase of pit stops. Porsche would come in. Of course, we had our 6th round of pit stops in the prototypes, and in the GTEs it was our 4th round of pit stops. But as they did the first time,
Ale kulturka.
Marcel passed Simonczyk.
very last ones
Oh, yeah,
to
true.
come in GTE. BS competition. This was the moment we saw a little while ago. Davy Perel uphill and a big slide Radion, but just about saved it.
RTR to cuda robi z tymi GTK-ami w tym roku.
Thank you very much to all of you who've been tuning in so far. This is the 6 hours of Spa, round 2 of the Le Mans.
Jak oni na dolewkę by musieli wszyscy zjechać, to wygrywamy to.
Tak. Albo będą musieli bardzo oszczędzać na koniec.
Dobra, skupienie.
The man himself is back. How are you doing, sir?
I am good. I've had myself a nice little break and been keeping an eye on the action. I noticed one very specific thing: it's still dry on the track here at Spa.
Oh, please don't say that again.
I know. I'm just waiting for the rain. Where is it? Come on. Just going to say as well, whilst I've also just come back, Marcel Cinczyk and Jerne Simičić.
Team manager car 11, can you please turn on the headlights? Thank you.
Rebellion, Williams, and then of course the number 4 being the Floyd by Colles Burst esports car. Jerne Simičić, definitely one of the drivers who goes well in the wet, and I'm sure he's just praying for it to at least start at some point soon.
If you've planned your whole race, I'm going to go back on that first. This is the good thing about the Le Mans Virtual Series is there was percentage of chance of rain. Didn't mean it was guaranteed it was going to rain. So we didn't know, oh, okay, 4 hours and 20 minutes in, it's going to chuck it down. All we knew was that there was a 40%.
No, jeśli
Chyba oszczędzamy, bo za dużo paliwa zostaje. Z drugiej strony mniej krótszy pit stop.
Ale miałeś krótszy?
Chyba tak, o sekundę.
Musiałeś mieć sporo w baku. Mów, to ci będę liczył na stincie, że...
Incredibly likely that it will, but we will find out. It was this hour in the race when the 90% chance of rain was due. So you'd say, Lewis, if you are good in the rain, you want to be in the car now.
But as every minute ticks by, I have to say,
it looks brighter.
It's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's classic Spa that we'll expect there to be no rain, and then suddenly in the final 10 minutes it'll be like, do you know what? There's a bit of excitement, shall we? At the moment, realistically speaking,
Ja wiem, przed chwilą powiedziałem, że wygramy, znaczy będziemy mieli duże szanse na wygraną, jeśli nie będzie padało, bo mamy najwięcej paliwa. Jest tak na styk bardzo ze stykami. Ale nie wierzę, że nie będzie padało.
Now, by them taking that strategy, it does put them in good position whether it's wet or dry later in the race anyway. So they're actually pretty happy, the number 71. The 89 obviously tried that double stint. Let's take a look at how there was the switch between Marcel Cinczyk. Just a nice little dive down the inside. Jerne Simičić, 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, as well as plenty of endurance championships to his name. Little flash of light to say that's not in anger or anything. That's saying, I'm not going to fight you into turn 1. You've got by. I'm playing the long game here.
Yeah, get on with it. Basically, don't defend.
Yeah.
Yeah, good driving. So that's, as you said, Chinchik up into third. And on that note, let's just do a quick refresh of the order. R8G lead by 7 seconds over Team Redline. Then we have GPX Rebellion Williams in third place. However, they have just got by Floyd by Collis, so they need to start getting that gap up. They seem to be doing quickly so far. Then Risto Capit, who was quick in his first stint, is in for his second for R8G Esports in the 18 car. Then next behind that, Nikodem Wisniewski. Duncan Street. And then the Rebellion GPX car. Seventh, Alessandro Ottaviani in the Panis Racing car. Then it's Nuno Pinto for Team 4.
No nie, że dużo, ale robimy po 19 kółek na stincie. No i tak jak będziemy robić 19 na stincie, to akurat do mety. Może tam 18 na ostatnim. A wiecie, ludzie zjeżdżają 2-3 kółka przed nami. To będą musieli oszczędzać albo na dolewkę zjechać.
Burliak for Williams Esports is 14th. In the pit lane is Rocket Sim Sport with Matt Richards. And then we come to Axel Sports, Josh Perwin in that card. Daniel Kish is in for Jota in 17th. Stofko is in for ARC Bratislava. Then it's Dennis Jordan for Red Bull Racing. Michele Di Alessandro for the Mal Racing team. Behind that, Dylan Pereira, who we see on your screen now, leads the Porsche Esports 91. Who were closely followed by the Porsche Esports 92. Then it's Enzo Benito for BMW Team Redline, who were last into the pits. And the next BMW follows 2 seconds after that, the BS Plus competition car. FDA Esports with Davey Perola 6 in that class, and it's Stefanko for BMW Team GB.
O, no ale bo ci co nas zgonili też mieli taką taktykę, tylko że oni oszczędzili, pamiętam, że po czerwonej fladze były 4 stinty do mety, oni oszczędzili na 2 pierwszych stintach, a my musieliśmy na 2 ostatnich stintach oszczędzić. Na początku myśleliśmy, że się nie opłaca, że lepiej po dolewkę zjechać. Zobaczyliśmy, że oni niedużo czasu stracili na tym oszczędzaniu i też stwierdziliśmy, jak trzeba. Ale no, było oszczędzanie do mety.
Next, I say that Wolves had a good comeback. Wow, they won 3-2. I stood corrected. They were losing 2-0 when I last checked. So is that going to emerge the same onto the track? Will it be a late merge from the Wolves team?
Przepraszam, czy Risto nie zespinował za tobą na starcie?
Bardzo możliwe, że widziałem grożanów spinujących, no, Bogusz.
Axel Sports D Station, Team Project One are the first of the retirees after a crash coming up ready on. Then Real-Time Hydrogen, our winners last time, out after crashing through Blanchimont.
Yeah, big shame for the Real-Team Hydrogen red line car. Just a big issue for Jeffrey Reval, but you know it happened. Will say, I mean, you bring up the point there of whether the win. Of course, I know football. You know, I know a lot of people that watch this probably aren't really a massive fan of football, including I know at least a couple of drivers of that team. I know Nick Foster's not really that fast.
Wow. They were 2-0 down with 10 minutes to go, and then they came back.
Yeah,
so with 10 minutes to go in this race, watch out for GR Wolves, because they might come flying up the order.
The fact they're there though, that's going to give, like, because the fact that they're not, obviously they're not at Aston Villa because that's where the match was played, but the fact they're at the Molyneux where, you know, you've got the you know, some people that work obviously for Wolves that are there. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a boost.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. You know, and it was a spirited, you know, late comeback. So you know, this is going to give GR Wolves that boost, as you said. Whoever's been out of the car is now going to jump in it with that extra bit of boost, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst we're focusing here on one very talented driver on the track in sim racing, on the track in motorsport as well, Mitchell de Jong. Pro driver who obviously took part in the Red Bull Rallycross Championship. Distinctly remember him doing decently well there. Of course, you can see X Games gold medalist. One of the most multi-talented drivers in sim racing. And what I mean by that is anything he can race, whether it's GTEs, whether it's prototypes, whether it's rallycross, of course, whether it's doing oval racing. Nearly won the biggest championship on in esports on oval racing. Finished a couple of positions short, but still was in contention for it to the final round. It shows how skilled Mitchell de Jong is, and the fact that he can just turn up in some GTEs and still wrestle it with the very best. I mean, yeah, definitely a quality driver.
Yeah, he's proven that so far this season, let alone this race. They've had a great season so far. Williams Esport have just been in to the pits. We have Ibrahim Khan, Zetak for ARC Bratislava, and Phil Denez, the American, for the Mao Racing team. One of the pro drivers, but he's a very, very quick esports driver as well, is Phil Denez. Did very well in the Isolation Series where he raced in all sorts of things during that championship. Here we look back at the Panis Racing team. They had Will Stevens in the car for them. He's now handed over to Alessandro Ottaviani, and Alessandro Ottaviani's staring at a potential 3 or 4 place gain if he could really get a move on. He's got realistically 2 cars just ahead which he can close down. There's one of them just up in the distance. We saw him just sneak round the corner. Just ahead is the Mal Racing team, who they are going to be putting a lap on. Of course, Mal Racing team who have had to do a drive-through penalty in this race for crashing into the Tesla R8G car. But at the end of this straight, down the Camel Straight, they'll be able to see Wisniewski and Capit as well, as we look back now at the 92 Porsche with Josh Rogers. So Josh Rogers doing a really, really good job there, and you know, he's been a part of that Porsche team, and we know that they are good. They won the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual last year. I remember that shot of Nick Tandy when he crossed the line, absolutely celebrating.
Kurwa, no ten korek, chłopie, to
They are the winners from round
za każdym razem źle dla nas, nie?
You can see the trophy. If you look to the seats,
Nie przeskoczysz.
just behind that, you can see the trophy from round 1, which was delivered safely to them, and they have that now there by the rigs, and they can use that as extra inspiration when they
Sześć.
the rigs.
And they've also they've replaced, because I remember what was on that. It was the Lego Technic Porsche RSR that they had on there. So they've moved that out of the way from a sponsor as well. Just be like, nah, we'll move that off. We'll replace it with the trophy. It shows how highly they hold that. Of course.
As much as I love that Lego Porsche, I think I'd rather have the trophy there. I mean, I do love that Porsche, and this Ferrari is absolutely brilliant, but. Yeah, the trophy is going to be a little bit better. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to be picking up those trophies, and could they go and pick up another? Well, it's going to be a hard ask for them to do it because Proton competition have a lead of 35 seconds. But anything can happen. There is a 90% chance of rain. We're not going to say it's definitely coming, but there is a good chance it is.
No, jest obowiązkowe, bo widzieć, kto jedzie. Było jakiś akcji, że za prosa jedzie Simracer, czy tam odwrotnie, nie? Znaczy czasem pokazują, to nie wiem, no nie oglądam streama jak jadę. No, dokładnie.
The race winners from last time was the 91. They're running in second position. Third on the road, last round was the 88. They're currently leading. The 71 was in second position. That is who we're on board with, and it looks like they might well lose a position as Enzo Benito is under plenty of pressure from Lauren Heinrich, who's jumped into this round replacing Bruno Spengler. Down into the bus stop chicane. He's going to go around the outside, gets him the inside for the final part, but the drive-off potentially would focus a bit more towards Team Redline. However, Lauren Heinrich has that one ticked off nicely. BS Competition did a good hour and 40 minutes with Alan Terzic behind the wheel, basically just running around. There's a bit of a dive back to the inside from Enzo Benito. They double stinted the tyres, finally fresh tyres onto the car. A fantastic stint, it must be said, by Alan Terzic. Certainly one of the best of the race, just based on the fact of doing a double stint in GTEs is hard work. Right now, Lauren Heinrich looking good, but I think he might be close to dropping the position to Benito again.
Coś tam kminili w tym BOP. Nie jest jakoś dużo inne chyba od domyślnego w grze, ale coś tam jest inaczej. Ale nie powiem ci z głowy.
Who went just a little bit deeper on the brakes just to cover off any challenges of Benito going around the outside. So good driving there. In the background, we see the Simsa esports car in the black and orange colours with Ramez Azam in. They are 10th in class so far, and to get anywhere further up the field, they've got a lot of work to do. But this is good stuff from the BS Plus competition car, who was very good at. They were very good at the first round with BS Plus competition. They finished in 5th place at that round, and they're on for a potential improvement here. They're on for 4th place if things were to finish now.
I don't think they were particularly. I mean, they weren't like disappointed with that position, but we were saying they were leading in the early stages.
We saw in the highlights, didn't we, when we were watching back earlier? You know, they had a couple of coming-togethers. You know, one's with the Porsche as well, wasn't it? Coming through the first chicane at Monza. And
then with Rocket Sim Sport with Al Bunker, Jonas Rivier
at the same place.
wheel.
They had another. That was coming through when they were trying to. Yeah, they were getting lapped, weren't they? Yeah. So.
Yeah, it was kind of a round of what could have been. However, unlike say for example the number 8 car or the number 70 today, it's not a question of what could have been. We didn't get anything from the round. It's a question of what could have been. At least we got 5th. And so for BS competition, we know across championships it's consistency which wins you championships. We say this time and time again. It's the mantra of championship racing. It's about being up there in the top 5 every single race, and that's how you win it. And right now that is, it's 100% true. In a short championship like this, we only have 5 races. I know it's obviously still skipping far ahead, but when we're 4 hours into the race at the Nordschleife, obviously not technically because the 24 hours of Le Mans is a much longer race, but still, follow me here. We're halfway through the season. We're already not that far realistically off that point. Of course, that's getting ahead of ourselves, but still, it just shows that there is not much time. If you have a couple of bad rounds, you're as near as making a difference out of it.
Here we look at the Sims esports team. You make a very good point there about, time running out quickly in the series. To remind you of the point system, you get 25 for a win at this round. At the 8 hours of the Nordschleife on the 13th of November, the winner will get 38 points, 27 for second, 23 for third, 18 for fourth, and 15 for fifth. Points going down to the top 10, and then after that you will get 1 point for finishing the race. But at the 24-hour double points, and with that, big money as well. $15,000 for the winners of LMP and for GT in the series. But for that 24 hours of race, the Le Mans 24-hour virtual, $15,000 for the LMP winner, $15,000 for the teams. And we've talked about, the money goes to the teams, and great money for them to use to further improve themselves as outfits, and good for the drivers as well. Good payoff for their hard work.
Oh no! Axel getting spun around by Simsa, Ramez Zam. I mean, to be fair, knocked him back around the right.
Wszystko co odrobię to zaraz chłopie jakiś getek. Źle i tak w kółko.
No, spokojnie. Mamy więcej paliwa niż ci z przodu, więc też w pitach nadrobimy kiedyś tam prędzej czy później.
Don't know. Lights don't really describe that much to us.
You don't have a different fade for angry and
exactly. When it comes to the funding, of course, and it comes from sponsorships, it comes from prize money and stuff. The sim races are genuinely doing this for quite a few of them as a professional. It is actually their job. Not everyone. It's not every single person on the grid. It's still a hobby to most, but still, on the grid right now, you've got a good few drivers that are earning a fair amount of money from sim racing, and they are treating it as their primary source of income. So it's an incredible change. Go on, carry on.
I remember working with Harry Jacks, of course, who did the Le Mans esports series with us, and he was a driver for the Mercedes team, and he was telling me about, they would.
What a lap from Nico.
And they were getting paid, and they would go to the, they'd all meet up, and they would have to do X amount of hours on the sim, X amount of hours physically in the gym. Here we see them coming through. I don't know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other for me.
Tricky.
But yeah, it was treated. That was it. They had to do 8 hours a day sometimes, and that's how many hours these guys are putting in. Roughly, how many would you say a day? The likes of Atsay Kirchhoff and Yene Simoncic, for example. I'm picking 2 at random there.
No, but still, it's. I mean, these guys. I mean, if you ask any of them, you think, oh, how many laps have you put into this? And they'll go, a lot. And you go, more than 400? And they go, more. And when you think that 400 laps around Spa, right? Say, for example, in the GTEs, that's over 800 minutes. And when you think that 15 hours is 900 minutes, you're talking a lot of time here. And they do put in genuinely probably in the ballpark of 4 digits, and maybe even some more so than that.
To get ready for one race.
To get ready for a single race. Now, as the season goes on, it gets a little bit easier because you have information from the previous rounds to fall back on, but still, it's an awful lot of work. I was going to point out, by the way, that Hani Al-Sabti, we just caught coming through shot there, the 1-2-3 at Say Kirchhoff in the red line. The gap was closing in an awful lot. At Say Kirchhoff a few laps ago was 2 seconds faster. But then the last couple of laps, I think, through a little bit of traffic. Obviously, it's ebbs and flows. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. I've been told that by a few people before. Hani Al-Sabti's pulled out the gap again to about 7.3 seconds. So it's going back out a little bit. But I'm concerned that gap's come down a bit more than when I was last in here and Haniowski was ticking off some decent laps. So I'd be a little bit concerned inside the team that Red Line are catching.
Well, I'd say Hani Al-Sabti he's increased it in the last few laps. Gordy Much brought it in, and it was less than 5 seconds. It was four and a bit. And Gordy Much brought that car down pit road. It sits at 7.2. It's something we're going to monitor, but there was once 40 seconds between the top 7. Lewis, there is now 30 seconds between the top 7. So it's getting close. I mean, 30 seconds, not a long time at all when you consider we've been racing for 4 hours and 18 minutes. It's brilliant stuff. Okay, let's look back at this replay. We'll turn our heads to the side. We'll come back to that one, bad. Well, there we go. I'd prepared myself physically to carry on watching that one, but then it became very confusing when the track came on. Right, so we're watching WRT. Oh, well, I say that not because it's WRT and I don't want to see them. I'm just glad their rear wings are okay. Because twice, and it's just been an absolute disaster for them. A shame, because they're a big outfit in esports, and of course, they led the 24-hour. They won the 24-hour Le Mans. They won it this year. I saw Ferdinand Hampsberg and stuff in that car. Interviewed him after that race, and incredibly emotional he was Ferdy Habsburg. But a massive team, hugely successful. They're going to have their eyes on that 24-hour of Le Mans. They want to win it for real, and then they want to win it virtually. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's kind of one of those things that doesn't really come around often. I mean, I hope that one day we get to that point. Not that we're going to join the Triple Crown, but it's the biggest achievement realistically, at least on the endurance scene in sim racing, to win the Le Mans virtually. The fact that we get to do it again. That's a big dive from Wisniewski straight down the inside, makes contact.
I don't know if it's straight the car, huh? He gave it back.
Strasznie wcześnie zahamował.
What he saw from Nikodem Wisniewski, that was very, very risky. I think Nikodem just misjudged it going through there. Risto Caput had pulled back in front of the BS competition and then started braking a little bit early, and Nikodem Wisniewski...
We need to say that we gave back the position on the chat.
He definitely backed off on the exit in his
Who's supposed to do this, us or?
He got out of the throttle there and allowed
Message raised direction saying sorry, we give back position.
Number 18 of Capit's back ahead. So Nikodem Wisniewski, it just looked like a mistake, but he didn't take advantage of it. So I guess we can forgive him for that.
All's fair in love and war.
Great battle though, this, and just up ahead of this is Simončić for the Floyd by Collis team. So it's very close, and 3 seconds behind this, you might be able to see them in the back of shot. There is Alessandro Ottaviani, who, guess what, has now closed in by over a second due to the fact that we had that slight coming together is an understatement, but that coming together between Caput and Wisniewski. And there you see, just going through shot in the back of picture there we have closing in on these two, Ottaviani for Panis Racing. What a performance they're having.
Yeah, much better this round than last round. I mean, I'm saying that, and they'll be saying, thinking, well, yeah, of course, because they retired very early in the race. They were involved. I'm not sure exactly what happened. They might have been involved in the Yaz Heat Williams incident in that vein. This is Fabrice Cornelis, and this is the person that we jumped on board with. He is focused right now for WRT. The
That's
round
one way
hasn't
of saying it.
It's not gone well for them, let's be honest. Round 1 didn't go well, round 2 hasn't really gone that well.
Nie będą zjeżdżać za kółko 2.
What I love seeing
Okay.
is the fight, how much he is pushing. And anyone who's panicking, by the way, as to what that red button is, thinking, is that an on-off switch? It is an on-off switch for the wheel. If the wheel is out of control or anything, because sometimes it recalibrates, it can spin around very quickly. It's actually really quite dangerous.
Right.
You can genuinely break your thumb if you're not careful. So you've got that, so you can hit it and just switch the wheel off straight away. It's close.
I didn't notice his face or the focus or the.
No nie chciałem go wyprzedzać, nie?
The orange shorts.
The shorts, yeah.
On był z
Tak, bardzo
przodu.
dobrze.
I would have noticed at least the track maps in the
The
background,
orange
mate.
shorts were the thing that I.
W sensie wtedy, nie? Ten Gietek po prostu tak chciałem jego wyprzedzić.
Someone driving a prototype in shorts.
Wow.
There we go.
There's a joy of sim racing. You don't have to wear your overalls. You can wear as much or as little as you want.
So make sure the cameras are at an appropriate angle in that case, when especially if Lewis McGlade is in the seat. Right, swiftly moving on from that. This is one of the R8G cars we come back to. This is Risto Capit, isn't it? Being closed in by Nikodem Wisniewski. And the second round of this fight is going to continue. Risto Capit's done a good job to relieve the pressure that he was under there from Wisniewski, albeit it was a dive bomb from Wisniewski. Ottaviani has got within 2 seconds, hasn't been able to close in anymore since that little coming together. Are they closing in on Jone Simoncic though?
Not really.
It looks like it. Is that gap coming down ever so slightly? I'm not too sure. On this lap, they have closed in on
Capet boxed.
slightly, particularly through the second sector. They closed in.
Paliwo widzisz, możesz mi policzyć spalania, ale wydaje mi się, że jak 4-0 mogę
Nie
mieć.
widzę, bo nie ma twojego streama.
Jak to nie dałem? Przecież live.
Kliknąłeś.
U. No jak to mówiłeś, to kliknąłem jeszcze raz.
To może musiałem odświeżyć. Dobra, nieważne.
Yeah, it's easy to do. I mean, basically, when to
Full
explain
stream,
it more
wiadomo.
from a driving perspective, as we've just seen there, diving down pit lane, Risto Capit's already come. You can see it there, locked at 60 kilometers an hour as he's.
Now is the moment we can undercut because we're low fuel, same tires.
Yep.
They're looking for a red box. It's
Once we get a bit lucky with traffic and.
sat in the road, and that's there.
Nie ma twojego streama.
You can put it bright pick if you want, if you know where to do it. That's sat there in the.
Simoncic ahead is not so fast.
If you miss it, of course, you can't just go, oh no, I've missed it, I'm going to reverse down that lane.
I think he had traffic. I don't know. He should
No,
be.
no, but I mean the gap closed down a lot. Like you can see, Marcel was 19 second and he's 10 now.
Ci na start
Oh, yeah,
meta.
true.
And Jarne stayed 22 and we went from 35 to 26.
Interesting.
We heard
Should be
that
really
the,
fast. What's going on?
The Toyota Gazoo racing driver received
Maybe I
a
broke his
penalty
car
as
when he
well.
overtook me.
You know, the Le Mans
Maybe.
I might just be able to reverse.
I was
it.
very small contact.
Not the case. Eduardo Freitas gave him a slap on the wrist for that one.
Down straight back in.
Here we
Good,
go
do they have
then.
enough fuel?
Take two. They did. We don't do this much. We don't just sit with the car coming into the pit lane, but I think we are going to this time because we need to see WRT. I mean, it just rounds off what has been an awful day for them, and there they are safely
There we
in.
go.
If that was the wrong pit box, I think that would have been. I think they would have just. I think would have just walked off. I'm not sure they would.
Okej, 5 kółek do mety. O, 20 litrów, no dobra, nie musisz liczyć.
This was actually before my time in sim racing. I've been told the story.
Kodem ciśnie, no. Mamy na deszcz. Trochę się działo. Bijam. To ja wbijam.
2002, good.
No na pewno, to nikt nie wie.
Zoom. Ty swojego streama puszczasz?
Zostawię tego po prostu.
Okej.
So Capet stayed in 33. They are fast in the pits as well every time.
He didn't undercut us on fresh tires. He was like barely in front of us, even though he had fresh tires. So hopefully we can be in front now. If we just stay around them, we will jump them with a shorter stop at the end anyway, but we'll be good to get track position now.
Yeah, because I think Nico is a bit quicker. Anyway, in 2 seconds we have Simonczyk, so... You did 2 very good laps now. Come on, Nico.
Let's treat up. Kasiemka. Stawiam u siebie. O, nie wiem. Rzecz z głowy.
3 kółka po tym.
Ej, one twoją muszę przejąć, nie?
Nie są najgorsze.
He is flying, he's the fastest on
Ale
track
też
now.
nie są najlepsze.
We should easily be in front of Capet if traffic is okay.
Next lap Simonczyk will box and then us.
Yeah. Masz mnie? Pokazuję wszystko.
Już.
Yeah, Capet had a bad lap now, 2:27, so hopefully this is enough.
Fingers crossed.
Jeszcze jedno.
No i na tym zjedzie chyba.
Simonczyk is getting bad traffic.
Hopefully we can overcut them.
Oh, he's... Oh! Fucking else. It's a miracle he's not in the wall, Simonczyk. We maybe pass him.
I don't know.
Did you see?
I wasn't looking at the screen.
He was sideways, but 90 degrees in Eau Rouge.
Oh wow. No, I wasn't looking at the screen. We are right behind them now.
But they will box this lap as well, no?
Yeah, but Nico's
no,
going
we
one more.
do one more. He shouldn't fight too much, he's aware, no?
Yeah, I told him.
I thought he was gone. They will show it again for
Zjeżdża
sure.
teraz.
Okej.
A, dlatego tyle traci, bo oszczędza paliwo. Ah, he didn't pit, he was saving
czyli z
fuel.
nimi walczymy teraz.
That's why he was slow.
To be like us?
Yeah.
Then we should have boxed. Anyway.
No, because if it doesn't rain, then we need to do 19 laps next to stints. And Kerkov saved fuel as well.
Bastards.
Damage jest normalny, pełny.
It's getting dark, the sky.
No, na 1,5 godziny przed końcem miało być 90% szans na deszcz. 2 godziny przed końcem już minęło. Teraz jest godzina 22 do końca.
No dobra, bez opon, full buckety.
Mączyć i Karkow zaoszczędzili paliwa, nie? Dziwiliśmy właśnie z William trochę, że tempo mieli takie średnie.
Dobra, zjeżdżam, Andrzej.
Dawaj. To mu nie wiecie.
Kurde, gdzie oni mają boksy? No dobra. O, masz trakcję na 4 i safety car. - 15 sekund.
Widzę.
A, no tak przecież widzisz.
It's not gonna rain.
No, I'm gonna mute myself now. Actually, I can't mute myself. Can you just switch channels?
You want to stay here, you mean?
Yeah.
You take the drive now?
Yeah, I'm driving now in the pit lane, so...
Sorry, yeah, I leave.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't tell you actually, yeah. But I can't mute myself because I've got buttons assigned.
Yeah, I leave, no worries.
Odszedłem od ciebie?
Nie, raz wsiadłeś. Raz wsiadłeś.
Wysiadłem?
Tak.
Topowo, Andrzej.
That was a 3:14.17. Was a 2:01.78.
Ile miałeś warningów?
1.
Też jego ile miał? Nie wiem, czy 1 czy 2.
2. Czyli jeszcze mamy... O, 0, nie?
No.
Tak, on 2, a ja 1.
No, deszczu napadało. Mercedes chyba teraz oszczędzają paliwo, co?
No, chyba tak. No. Co no, musisz się skupić i zobaczymy. Jak będą mocno oszczędzać, to ich łykniemy.
That was a 2:01.88.
No, powiem ci, jest bardzo na styk. Czy nie będzie 20 okrążeń, będziesz musiał zrobić na ostatnim stincie, czy 21?
To tym lepiej dla nas. My będziemy musieli oszczędzać, to oni już w ogóle.
Information to the pit lane, information to pit lane. Car 88 gets a drive-through for a contact with car 86 at the entrance of T19. Car 88 drive-through penalty for a contact with car 86.
That was a 2:01.45.
Be advised, car 49 very slow on track. Car 49 very slow on track.
A na pewno nowe gumy, bo już mam 46% opon.
Tak złapiesz gdzieś w pafie tego wolnego, ale on tam jedzie poza torem.
Ja mówię, że na pewno nowe gumy. Mam 47 prawie do przodu.
To softy weź.
One się nie opłacają na jeden stick.
That was a 2:01.54.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, drive-through penalty car 5656 for causing a collision at T2, T3 with car 49. Drive-through penalty car 56 for causing a collision with car 49.
Ciekawe, czy jak do mety może walić.
The lap was a 2:02.21.
Nie wiem, czy softy, czy medy. Wydaje się tam tych Andrzej, co zakładają. Jesteś?
Tak, tak, już pytam.
That was a 2:01.34.
User left your channel.
That was a 2:01.47.
User joined your channel.
No, muszą 2 okrążenia zaoszczędzić, softy zakładają.
Ja też.
Alsapti w picie, no to dolewka na pewno do nich.
Oczywiście.
The lap was a 2:01.03.
softy, pełen bak. Tyle.
The lap was a 2:01.32.
Ile masz procent opon?
Osiem.
Może spróbujesz pojechać na tych.
Oszalałeś?
Ale to się nie opłaca chyba.
No nigdy w życiu. Będziesz musiał liczyć, czy mam oszczędzać na 20 kółek, czy nie.
No zaraz będę liczył.
The lap was a 2:01.88.
Zjeżdżam na tym.
To co, softy?
Tak.
Czy medy, które znasz?
Soft.
That was a 2:12.91.
O datce Karkowa, nie? Licz. Tak.
Wiem.
Jak może. Piękny chyba też na softach.
Yeah.
That was a 3:32.05.
20 chyba będzie raczej.
Okej, to sprawdzaj, nie?
Tak.
User joined your channel.
You hear me?
User disconnected from your channel.
Na 100% będzie tak, że musisz jedno zaoszczędzić.
Okej. $3,75 mogę zużywać, nie?
Tak, ale czekaj. Tak jest, 3,75.
That is a 2:00.69.
Jechali.
That was a 2:01.64.
O mój Boże. Bym nam wyścig zakończył.
No dobra, walczycie o P2, nie? Dasz radę.
Staram się teraz troszkę więcej przeoszczędzić, żeby na koniec zaatakować.
Słusznie. Oni mają trochę ciężej z krótkimi biegami, nie?
No.
That was a 2:03.13.
Trzy 77. 3,8.
O, źle. Różniak za nami pozycja to jest jechał na tym kółku co my? A ten zwykłym live timingu jak ostatnie okienko, ostatnią kolumnę przeklikasz. Gdzieś czas od ostatniego pitu.
On musi zjechać jeszcze chyba.
The lap was a 2:02.91. The lap was a 2:00.65.
Trzy 82.
User joined your channel.
Może zużyj teraz troszeczkę. Jak będziesz mu na dupie siedział, to może błędy zacznie popełniać.
Okej. Na kółko tak przejadł.
That was a 2:00.77.
Ciekawe, czy Romanie nie zaoszczędzą. Ale oni tak wcześniej zjechali.
No niemożliwe, musieliby 4 kółka zaoszczędzić.
Ile mogę zużywać?
The lap was a 2:00.80.
3,87.
Ajajaj.
Mi się wydaje, że on musi dużo zaoszczędzić jeszcze.
Wątpię, duży lift ten coast robi. O, zjechali. Ja teraz mogę?
The lap was a 2:02.12.
Trzy 3,9. It's gonna be good.
The lap was a 2:00.41.
Dalej 3,9.
Nie, idź tam.
Information to the pit lane, leader on the last lap. Leader on the last lap.
The lap was a 2:01.19.
Co za jebany korek, nie?
And that is checkered flag on the leader. That is checkered flag on the leader. Car 123 has won the 6 hours of Spa. It's still tight.
Ajajajajaj. A! No nie chciał błędu popełnić nigdzie.
Good job, Kuba. It was very close, but at least we both finished and have points, so...
Are you renting
strong
speak here?
job. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know, he just didn't want to make a mistake.
Yeah. No, everyone was good, so... Oh no, I think we did good race.
Yeah, but we had so much bad luck with the traffic. I mean, all the time we had car in wrong places.
I think considering where we started, P3 is good as there was no rain.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
helps
I mean,
a lot.
we lost only 13 seconds to the leader. I mean,
Yeah, and I lost a lot at the middle stint with all the fights with the sim racers. This I need to improve. Yeah, thank you guys. Our
Yeah,
championship is good as
Good
well.
job, guys.
Are you out of fuel?
Yeah. If I can escape or what?
Well, maybe someone can pick us up. Where is the other Williams? I will
They
ask
just
them.
passed us.
Marcel and Giro.
I hope we don't have to do the E-lap or something.
Well, I don't think so.
oh, for sure not.
I will tell you if they're filming us or not. I think it's better you escape than staying there, to be honest. And
I don't know.
I would say so. Because it's not on TV anyway. Because if they see us standing there, maybe they ask why.
Yeah, I'm never happy with people escaping, that's the thing.
Okay. So now don't escape because they're filming the race winner, so maybe then they go to second and third, but...
This guy's going to get tired waving the flag. Over.
You're not the only one out of fuel here.
Yeah. They finished the session.
Okay, well done. Our first podium anyway.
We've been P2, but take it.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Yeah, the stream is finished. I think you can escape. Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, they finished.
Wait, the points are the same for Spa as for Monza.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Really?
It's the 8-hour race that will get 38.
I thought that's the points for Spa as well. Oh well.
What places did Jerry and Marcel finish in Monza?
P2, right? Yeah.
So probably is the and Simonchik car third.
Third, yeah.
So they will be leading the championship. Then Marcel and Jerry, then us, then real team,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
Red
Line.
Red line, yeah, real team
leading.
Red Line.
He's leading.
Yeah, Red Line, because they won and they were 7th at Monza.
Okay.
Of 31 points, and we've got 25. No, so Jarny is leading because he got 18 plus 15, so 33.
No, not 18, 15. Ah, yeah, 18
here today. So we are 8 points behind the championship lead.
We have 28.
We win Nordschleife. We are championship leaders for sure.
Yeah. Very good.
No, we have 25. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Luis, start practicing now.
Yeah, I spoke with Raffaele yesterday, and he was like, "Fuck, I hope he doesn't train," because LMP2 at Nordschleife is completely crazy.
It is, yep.
I mean, I can be a pro, but we need sim racer in advance.
Yeah, but you need to speak with Raffaele, because honestly, unless force majeure, I after turn 3, I don't know where I'm going at Nordschleife, so it's maybe better I don't do it. Online racing, I've never finished a lap of my life. So yeah, it's probably not a good idea that it's me.
I can't see anything about having to do ending lap in the race. I'm in the rules all the time. Just I checked escape, pit lane, in lap, complete, and
No, there's no rule about it.
Only in quali that you can't escape.
So we are P4 in standings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not bad. Okay, I'm gonna go to have a shower, and thank you guys for the race.
Yeah, thank you as well.
We're gonna put even better result next time.
Yes, because I will not be here, so.
No, it was all good. I mean, maybe you will be you was a little bit slower, but you were a little bit slower.
Actually, the pace,
but still...
to be honest, was not when I was alone was fine this time. Was no problem because I kept Peterson a long time behind me.
Yeah.
But then when they started catching and fighting, I lost so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few guys like Rosenquist and people like that that are just on the pace. Like, it doesn't matter if they are in the car or whatever, Kerkhoff is in the car. Then there's like you and Ife, you are a tiny bit slower. And you were on Ife's pace.
I was actually, I think, a bit quicker today.
Yeah,
but,
you just had... No, I gave the car to you
where fight more.
You got in traffic, yeah. And he had clean air all the time.
Oh, cool. Yeah, thank you guys. Anyways, good for championship. I think that's our strength, is we are not making mistakes so far. So.
Yeah, for sure.
And also fuel-wise was good because a lot. It's for the RAG. I don't understand how you can be 4 laps too short, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
It should not happen at this level, but that's not my problem.
Yeah, but I mean, even in 6-hour race, the standing position really matters. I mean,
yeah, because there is no yellow and it didn't rain. If it was raining, it would be a different story. But here,
yeah, if we start like top 3, then I don't lose 10 seconds in the first stint, and then you don't lose like 10-15 seconds fighting with everybody. We are probably winning the race.
Yeah, they are doing pretty good races. I mean, all of the teams like top
Information
5
to the pit lane.
without
Thank
any
you all for the 6
big
hours
problems.
of Spa. It was quite entertaining. Protest time is now over, so let's prepare ourselves to the big event called Nürburgring with a 25-kilometer track. Until then, stay safe, take care, goodbye.
All right, guys, have a good evening.
Yeah,
cheers.
Yeah.
Dobra, no gites zajebałeś, no co? No nie dało się go wyprzedzić, kurde.
No nie dało się.
Troszeczkę brakło. Strasznie ten korek nam cały czas w złych miejscach, nie? Naprawdę, no takiego pecha, wiesz, oni to tak łapali co czasami, nie? Gdzieś, a my to non stop.
Też jak jesteś, jak on też czasem złapał korekt, ale wiesz, jeśli ty gonisz gościa, no to jak on złapie, no to jak mądrze się zachowa, to i tak go nie wyprzedzisz, nie? A jak ty złapiesz, no to on odjeżdża na 2 sekundy, no i...
Dobra, chuj, P3 i tak gites.
No rano bym brał P3, tak. Jeszcze tak, że wygrał zespół, co ukończył za nami na Mondzy. LAN-ie tam też daleko z przodu nie są. Redline się rozwalił.
O, tak. To.
Tak,
to
no
duży
to napędził
plus.
Nurba. No i dobra, idę prysznic wziąć.
Redline się rozwaliła, a mamy tyle samo punktów co oni.
Właśnie, fajnie. No dobra, to co, jutro trzeba bocić dalej.
No, chyba łeb mnie boli tak teraz, że nie mam pytań, nie?
Ja cię kręcę.
No, trzeba bocić, no. To Indianapolis to olewam, nie? Na Adaka trochę pojeżdża, a Indianapolis 3 kółka i byle wiedzieć, w którą stronę jechać.
No, ja 3 zapoznawcze to przejechałem tam chyba we wtorek po GT Pro po ostatniej rundzie. To jutro kolejne 3 przejadę i bocę Adaka.
No, to prawda. O, ty to już w ogóle.
No dobra, elo.
Elo.
No i co, czat, kończymy, no. Że emocje były, szkoda, że pozycji nie udało się zyskać, no ale robisz jak nic nie zrobisz, nie? Dobra, bo tutaj jeszcze mam parę spraw do ogarnięcia, kurczę. Nie macie człowieku pół dnia i już się świat wali, ajajaj. Dobra, trzymajcie się, dzięki za oglądanie. I widzimy się w poniedziałek i potem się widzimy we wtorek, bo mamy GT Pro i Adaka. Adak ważna sprawa, jestem P2 w generalce, ostatnia runda. Będziemy walczyć. Dobra, siemanko.